What is going on? Hello, hello. Do I remember how to do this? Oh, it has been far too long. All right. I think I have everything set up. This is crazy. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this stream. Hello to Deer. Hello, Phoenix. It is fantastic to have you guys here. I am super excited because I've been brewing and thinking about. I sound a bit quiet. Ooh, okay. Let's see. How does that sound? Is that better? I never know until I'm actually streaming, so I have room to expand. Better. Sweet! So whenever it's better, you go just a little bit above that and it should be perfect. So, welcome to the stream, everyone. I've been thinking for a while about what exactly I would do for a stream if I were to come back. And I've wanted to come back for quite a while, but life is crazy, and having a toddler is even crazier. And just life in general has been a lot. And so we recently moved. We have settled in. My job is going decently well. And so I was like, all right, it's time. I've been brewing on this for a while. It is officially time to dive deep. Yes, they are unabashedly crazy. But a lot of fun. We're going to dive deep into the topic of Pokemon versus a billion lions. And I'm realizing now that my text is just off from the box. There we go. Center it. This is all from last time I streamed, so who knows what's good, what's bad, what's in the middle. But we're here, and we're going to be talking about the reality of what would happen if Pokemon versus a billion lions were to actually happen. Some of the things that you need to consider is the fact that a billion lions is a lot. I need to add 3 more zeros. Oh yeah, that's only a million lions. that would be an even easier battle. Versus a billion lions. And that's probably the same on my stream. Yeah, I only did a million. 1 billion lions. A billion is a massive number. And that also means that it's going to require some really deep dives into Pokemon, looking at the lore, looking at their abilities, looking at their stats, what they're weak to, what they're strong to. And I totally know that a lot of the Pokemon are just going to be absolutely terrible. They might survive, but most likely they're going to die right away. But there are some Pokemon that, when considering this question, I honestly think that they're going to just be able to wipe out all 1 billion by themselves. And so I wanted to do this in a way where we're going to approach it relatively scientifically. I'm going to be asking you guys for your input, wondering what the best way of doing this is. We're going to talk through a lion first and get a baseline, because most of the conversations that I have seen on this topic, they just take Pyroar stats, and that's not a real life lion. That is a Pokemon that is incredibly powerful in its own right. A regular lion has some power, but it's not a fiery Pokemon that can do attacks. It has 2 basic attacks. It's got Scratch and it's got Bite. You can argue for a few others, but from just the base idea of what a lion is, those are its 2 abilities. Granted, they're probably more powerful than the base Scratch and the base Bite, because lions are terrifyingly powerful. But in all reality, they're not Pokemon. So we're going to go and we're going to take a look at these beasts. Wait, hold on. Right, I got to remember how to change to this. Hopefully that's working. It is. We're going to be talking about Panthera Leo. And we're going to initially just break down a lion and give it Pokemon stats. And so what I mean by that is we're going to go through and we're going to look at a Pokemon. We're going to determine together what HP a lion's going to have, the attack, the defense, the special attack, the special defense, and the speed. And even what kind of types a regular lion is going to have. And this is extremely important for us to figure out because it is not. Oh, yeah, you forgot I have transitions. Yes, I'm all fancy and stuff. Um, we want to figure out what a lion would do. And so, I have a document here. This document is going to be our Pokedex entry for Lion, the 1026th Pokemon being added to the Africana region of the world. And so we're going to go through, we're going to discuss what HP, what the attack is, what the defense is. Right, I forgot I have the keyboard in front of me so that I don't have to type on the keyboard. HP, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, speed. That's everything, right? There's only 6. Attack, defense, special attack, special defense. Oh, defense. Did I? Yeah, attack, defense, special attack, special defense, speed, and HP. Perfect. So when we think about a lion, what? Cough, 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 cough. 3 more zeros again. I'm really stuck on it being a million lions, apparently, because I forget just how many a billion lions is. A billion is such a unfathomable number. Like, when we say that people are billionaires, I don't think people really think about how much money that actually is. It's a crazy amount. And so we need to set the baseline. And looking at a lion, let's go to the Wikipedia entry and just kind of take a look at some of the interesting information. I'm just going to read off a little bit about this. We're going to learn about lions together. So, first, they're vulnerable. I didn't realize that. Definitely thought that they would have been least concern, but apparently there's not quite a lot of them, so they're being threatened. The lion Panthera leo is a large cat of the genus Panthera, native to Africa and India. It has a muscular, broad-chested body, a short, rounded head, round ears, and a dark, hairy tuft on the tip of its tail. It is sexually dimorphic. Woo! Yeah, gonna get banned on Twitch right away for saying sexually. Adult males are larger than females and have a prominent mane. That's all that means, is that they're different based on their gender, so males look different than females. And they're a social species. They form groups called prides. Typically, there are a few adult males and then related females and cubs. The females are the ones that hunt together, preying mostly on medium-sized and large ungulates. What is an ungulate? Ungulates are members of a diverse clade, Ungulata, which primarily consists of large mammals with hooves. See, we're learning. So, they go after hooved animals. And in the picture there, you can see like a giraffe, a buffalo, a pig, an orca for some reason. Okay. And like an elk, some zebras, a rhino, and something with its snout up. I have no idea what that bottom one is supposed to be. Before we get too much further, can you guys read what is on my screen, or is it much too small because it is on another smaller screen? I just want to make sure because I can zoom in and make it easier for you all to read. So let me know. I'd like to see the King of the Beast go after the King of the Sea. I truthfully feel like easily an orca would win, but it depends on battlefield. If a lion would clearly win if an orca was on land. But if a lion was in the sea, an orca would clearly win. Unfortunately, you can't have a fair battle because they would both pretty easily die in the other's terrain. So, like, why would you want to see that? And how would you make it fair? That's the question. How would you make it fair? I honestly don't think an orca would be as good in a fight because they're fairly uncontested. You cannot. Okay, so can you read what's on the screen? Since I got you here. A lion would think he would win. That's the thing, is like lions are really proud creatures, and they're very egotistical in the way that they act. They think that nothing is going to defeat them. So they kind of rush into situations. And that's why whenever this questions, have a fight a moose instead, the moose would win. Easily. Easily. You cannot read what is on the screen. Okay. Nice. I just noticed that my chat on my phone, which I'm using, it blurs the latest chat message, so I can't actually read it, which is horrible. Oh no. Hold on. I went to Twitch so that I could get chat, and it was like, no, you're not allowed to do stuff. Stream manager. Chat, there we go. Alright. We have a chat. Okay, so let's see here. That should be a little bit better. We can still see the pretty pictures of the lions, and the words are slightly larger. So that should be fairly nice. I do not know how I still have 156 followers. The last time I streamed was 10 months ago. That feels terrible. But life got in the way. So, we know they're social species. They eat hooved animals, including the hooved animal of orca. The lion is an apex and a keystone predator. What is keystone? Keystone species is a species that has disproportionately large effect on its natural environment relative to its abundance. Oh, so it makes like big sweeping changes even though it has small population. So kind of like the wolves in Yellowstone. They dropped like 6 in and it completely changed the entire ecosystem of Yellowstone. Because parachuting wolves. If you don't know that story, highly recommend looking it up. They needed to do some population control, so they're like, we're going to strap parachutes onto wolves and drop them in. Fantastic! More like the bison in Yellowstone. I mean, the bison as well, but I'm just talking about the fact that they dropped 6 wolves in, and it changed everything in Yellowstone, like the ecosystem, what kind of creatures were there, all of that kind of stuff. So, alright, so the lion inhabits grasslands, savannas, and shrublands. So if we were to like think about the Galar region or think about Paldea, we're thinking like some of the desert kind of areas or like original grassy areas. We're not talking to any of the forests in like the north or the cold tundra areas. This is going to be relatively early on. Almost all of the desert areas in the games are before level 35. So that kind of gives us like an estimate. Keystone means the ecosystem collapses and changes permanently if they are removed, like coral and coral reefs. Thank you for letting me know that. I did not know that. We don't want to set the base level of a lion too low, but we also don't want to have like a level 80 lion because that would also cause issues with the balance of this. If they're all level 80, of course they're going to beat some of the lower level Pokemon just by basis of if you throw a level 80 at a level 5, it doesn't matter what the level 5 is, it's going to die. So we're going to have to figure out what the perfect level cap is for each of the lions. They're usually more diurnal, meaning they live in the daytime rather than the night. But when it's persecuted, oh no, they're Christian? I didn't realize that. Poor lions being persecuted. I may have gone down a few rabbit holes related to ecosystems. That does not surprise me, knowing you. So we have learned lions are Christians and they're being persecuted. They are being put to death for their faith. And because of that, they adapt to being active at night and at twilight. I can't even take myself seriously right now. During the Neolithic period, lion ranged throughout Africa and Eurasia, from southeast Europe to India, but it has been reduced to fragmented populations in sub-Saharan Africa, and one population in western India. It has been listed as vulnerable since 1996 because populations in African countries have declined by about 43% since the early 1990s. So when we're thinking about HP and everything, they're dying more frequently because they cannot live where they live. So I think that automatically puts them a little bit lower on the HP stat or the special defense stat. But we'll get into that. We'll figure this out. One of the most widely recognized animal symbols in human culture, the lion has been extensively depicted in sculptures and paintings, on national flags, and in literature and films. Lions have been kept in menageries since the time of the Roman Empire and have been a key species sought for exhibition in zoological gardens across the world since the late 18th century. So basically, we want to look at them because they're pretty and they're a symbol of power and royalty. The English word lion is an Anglo-Norman leun from the Latin leonem, nominative Leo, which in turn was borrowed from ancient Greek. Leon, the Hebrew word lavi, might also be related. The generic name Panthera is traceable back to classical Latin and ancient Greek of the word panther. Wow, that's literally just panther. Okay, so that really doesn't matter to the Pokemon, its etymology. Taxonomy really shouldn't matter. Subspecies, fossil record, evolution, hybrids, description. Okay, this is where we're going to get like our Pokedex entry. This is where we're going to find out what can the lion do. It's got broad-chested cat with short rounded head, a reduced neck, rounded ears. Males have broader heads. The fur varies in colors from light buff to silvery gray, yellowish red, and dark brown. The colors of the underparts. I read that as underpants, and I'm like, why are lions wearing underpants? They are generally lighter. A newborn lion has dark spots, which fade as the cub reaches adulthood, kind of like freckles, although faint spots may still be seen on legs and the underpants, apparently, the underparts. The tail of all lions end in a dark, hairy tuft that in some lions conceals spine or spurs, composed of dermal pulpae. So, okay, so they've got tail whip. Interesting to note. I didn't realize that their tails could actually be used kind of like a weapon. The extinct subspecies, the Barbary lion, was notably more impressive. They were larger, darker in color, and known for aggressive behavior. Well, that's fun. Too bad they're not live now because that might actually help them in this Pokemon thing that we're doing here. So the function of the spurs are unknown. The tuft is absent at birth and develops around 5.5 months of age. It is readily identifiable at the age of 7 months. Its skull is very similar to that of the tiger, although the frontal region is usually more depressed and flattened. Skeletal muscles of the lion make up 58% of the body weight, represent higher percentage of muscles among mammals. The lion has a high concentration of fast twitch muscle fibers, giving them quick bursts of speed. Thank the Roman Colosseum for that. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so size. Among felids, the lion is second only to the tiger in size. Tigers are bigger? Things I just learned. I definitely thought a tiger was smaller than a lion. That is, very interesting. The size and weights vary, of course. There used to be larger than average that existed in Africa, and apparently my computer wants me to go up. So they're 63 to 72 inches, so about 4 feet tall. Larger in the males, of course. They weigh about 411 pounds. So they definitely have heft to them, and they're quite tall. So that is good for us to know. The mane allows for it to have a little bit more defense, because that protects their vital organs. Is there anything important to the mane? It likely evolved. They also usually use tiger roars rather than lion roars in movies because they're more impressive. That does not surprise me. It's just like what we consider to be the sound of an eagle is actually a red-tailed hawk because it sounds better. Lions can have more variation in size thanks to their pack behavior. Yeah, I never really thought about it before, but like I get it. I've never seen a lion and a tiger side by side, so I wouldn't think about it. I just think of like relative size. Lion is big cat, and tigers are, well, when I think of tigers, I think of Calvin and Hobbes, and that's not a real tiger. So like, I don't have much of a vision of how big tigers are. Alright. Almost all males either have maneless or short manes. Interesting. Because they have the removal of the gonads, which inhibits testosterone production. Okay. So, if you get rid of a male lion's maleness, they lose their manes. Color variation. A white lion is a rare morph. It's called leucism. White lions are cool. Distribution, habitat, historical range, behavior, group organization. So this is important because they will definitely have pack tactics, which is a Pokemon thing where if you work together as a group, you get a bonus. Let's see here. Pack tactics. Pokemon. 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 Dun, 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 dun. Oh, am I getting things mixed up? Am I thinking of D&D again? I am. Pokemon. What is that? Ability? New to the game. Yeah, no, that's D&D. That's funny. Okay, so let's go to what we're going to be using for our Pokedex entries, Pokemon database, and let's look up our lion friend, because that is who I believe we are going to look at him. We're not going to steal his stat. Ads? That's fun. Woohoo! You're back. Okay, so what I did was I looked up Pyroar. My thought of pack tactics was incorrect, because that is D&D. I have too many nerdy things in my head, so let's go here, abilities, Pokemon list. Let's see. Let's use Pokemon database because they're better. Adaptability, Air Raid Aftermath, Airlock, Analytic, Anger Point, Anger Shell, Anticipation, Arena Trap, Armor Tail, Bedrooms, Ball Fetch, Beads of Ruin, Beast Boost. Beast Boost would actually kind of work. They are beasts. Commander, Competitive, Compound Eyes, Contrary, Curious Medicine. Man, there is a lot more abilities than I thought there was. Defeatist. Let's give our lions Defeatist. That way they definitely win. Disguise, Download, Dragma, Earthy Eater, Electromorphosis, Embody Aspect. Why would they embody me? Ha, I'm very funny. Fluffy, they might have Fluffy. That's a good one to consider. I'll open that for later. Frisk, Fur Coat. Fur Coat would also make sense. We're gonna give them as many advantages as possible, because I still think no matter what, Pokemon are gonna win. That is my bias coming into this, but I'm trying to make this as fair as possible so that we can see what is gonna happen. Let's see here. Anything else? Long Reach, Mentor Bounce, Magician, Minus, Misty Surge, Moody, Moxie, Mycelium Mite. Honestly, Moxie would make sense. When they kill something, they get aggressive and will go crazy with it. Parental Bond. Photosynthesis, Pure Power, Purifying Salt, Quark Drive, Queenly Majesty, Quick Draw, Quick Feet, Rain Dish, Rattled Receiver, Reckless, Refrigerate, Ripen, Rivalry, Rockhead, Rocky Payload, Rough Skin, Runaway, definitely. They're gonna need that for a few of the Pokemon, that's for sure. Serene Grace, Shadow Shield, Shields Down, Simple. It doesn't seem to look like there is anything that's like pack tactics or working together, or I guess that wouldn't necessarily make sense except for dual battles. Transistor, Triage, Aware, Unburden, Unnerve, Vital Spirit. Okay. Zen mode. Yeah, so I think definitely looking at the abilities, Fluffy, Fur Coat, and Moxie all would make sense for lions. So let's go back. They have group organization, nomadic lions. They hunt for their food. predatory competition, reproduction life cycle, health and mortality. This is what we need for our HP stat. Lions may live 12 to 17 years in the wild. Although adult lions have no natural predators, evidence suggests most die violently from attacks by humans or other lions. Lions often inflict serious injuries on members of other prides they encounter in territorial disputes or members of the home pride when fighting a kill. Crippled lions and cubs may fall victim to hyenas and leopards, or being trampled by buffalo or elephants. Careless lions may be maimed when hunting prey. Nile crocodiles may also kill and eat lions, evidenced by the occasional lion claw found in crocodile stomachs. Ticks also infest the ears, neck, and groin regions of the lions. That's fun. And there are several tapeworm species that are given to them from antelope meat. They communicate by head rubbing, social licking. Their tongues are incredibly interesting. It is, if you could imagine like a comb with sharp barbs on it, that is a lion's tongue. To the point that if a lion licks you for like a minute, it will like eat the flesh off your arm just by licking it. Like, it doesn't need to bite. Its tongue can rip the skin off of your arm. So that's quite interesting. They also do small roars. Here is a lion roar. 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 Ooh. I am lion. Cool. They have a grimace face. Ooh, should we give them scary face as well? As I said, like, every advantage if they have a grimace face. They might have scary face, but that's kind of a ghost thing, and they're not really ghosts. They have variations of growling, snarling, meowing, and roaring. When I see meowing, that just doesn't make sense for a lion. I know they're cats, but still. Conservation, captive breeding, interactions with humans. We've used them for a lot of different things. They have cultural significance. Yeah, so I think that's everything that we're gonna need to know about lions. So, I suspect it's like a domestic cat's tongue where the barbs aren't the same size all over, but smaller in the front and the sides and larger in the middle. Well, what we can do is we can go here, and we can go there, and we can go tongue. And images. So yeah, that's a good image of a lion's tongue. Its barbs they're terrifying. Like, let's be honest, I would not want to be licked by that. It's definitely not as large as I was kind of thinking. That's a good image from a decent perspective. They might have lick, but again, it kind of comes down to we have to make decisions. So let's start making some decisions. So first things first, we got to figure out what the base level is going to be for these Pokemon. My personal opinion, if we put them at level 50, that gives them it's like barbed Velcro. Yeah, imagine like taking Velcro and just like putting it on your arm and dragging it across a couple of times. Yeah, that would be pretty brutal. I just realized that I didn't share my Twitch stream with some of the sources that I normally do. So give me a quick moment to do so. billion lions. Alright, done that one. Here. Pokemon verse 1 billion lions. I'm actually making sure to put the right amount of zeros in there. 1 billion lions. Where is? Oh, did they get rid of their self? No, self-promo. There it is. Just had to keep looking. I have a couple of communities that like I really care about and would love to see/hear from them again, because it has been too long, and getting back into it with these Pokemon streams is going to be a lot of fun, but it's hard when there's only a few people supporting, especially a just chatting stream. So you already did that. Perfect. I think that is all of the groups that I normally post to. I love that I'm doing this like live while you guys are looking at just a basic screen. And I'm gonna come back and chat's gonna be like, just put it on and be right back and do your stuff. But I made a mistake and I didn't post, so I'm going to rectify it as I'm going. Alright. Here we go. Back to the chat. Let's see how many people yelled at me. Oh, hey. Nobody. Cool. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun. Where is... What am I doing? Ah! I am losing my mind. That is what I'm doing. I need to go here, 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 here. There we go. You like the commentary? As I'm going absolutely insane trying to do it. Okay, let's make sure everything is still going. Yes, perfect. Okay, so Lion as a Pokemon entry. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to figure out what our base stats are going to be for the Lion. Because if we just consider lions as a vague entity, it's impossible for us to actually pit them against Pokemon who have very specific stats and very specific things that are listed about them. We've went through the Wikipedia entry. We kind of looked at what they do. They hunt hooved animals. They're fast. They have twitch muscles, which allows them to play video games really good. Yes, lions playing video games, twitch muscles. I lost my train of thought. And then, if we don't have the stats for the lion, we can't actually pit them against the ones that do have stats. And so we're going to figure out the abilities that they're going to have, giving them like no limit to how many abilities they have, because they are going to need every advantage that they can get. We're going through the A's today, all of the Pokemon with A in the name, and just those alone includes the god of Pokemon. So, like, we have to give as many advantages to the lions as possible. So we're going to give them no limit on abilities. we're also going to assume that all billion lions are working together. Because if we don't assume that, the lions are going to fight themselves and take out like a quarter of the population just in infighting, because that's what lions do. So we have to assume they're all working together. They all know what the cause is. They're trying to kill all the Pokemon. We are assuming there is only one of each Pokemon, all 1,025 Pokemon. There is only one of them. Which means that there are going to be certain Pokemon that are definitely weaker because they're solo. We're also going to assume that lions are Pokemon for this so that we can have fair matchups when we come to it. But we are going to be considering from the angle of both Pokedex entry as well as base stats. And so we're going to go through and we're going to look, how would the stats matchup work? Would a lion be able to take on a Sunkern? I don't know, because I don't know if their stats are going to match up. We need to figure out what level we're going to put them at. So if we put them at level 50, that means that they're like mid to late game in most Pokemon games. You're getting near to the final four. You are doing your absolute best, but you're not quite there yet. So we need to decide if 50 is too high or if it's too low. What do you guys think? Should we give them the advantage of a higher level, like level 60 or level 70, and assume that this is like late game, and the Pokemon that we're throwing up against them are going to be whatever they are base level typically? Or are we going to put the lions as a more basic lower level because there's a billion of them? It's hard to think of a happy medium. So what do you guys think? What is your opinion? Should we do lower level, higher level? And while you guys are discussing, I'm going to be keeping an eye on the chat. I'm going to look up how the stats are divvied out and decided for a Pokemon. Now, granted, I don't have too many people in chat, so it's very possible that nobody answers and I have to make this decision on my own. But I want to leave it up to whoever's here, because that makes it a lot more fun for you guys. It's not just me going crazy looking at the stats and being like, I want lions to fight Pokemon. It makes it so that we're all fighting with Pokemon and lions together. I want people whose opinion is that the billion lions is going to win, because I am biased towards Pokemon. And if we have people that are fighting for the lions, then we can make it more balanced. So invite your friends. Tell them that we're having a conversation about a billion lions versus Pokemon, and we need opinions. Draw everybody. So statistics, stats, there are hit points. HP is value. If they hit 0, they faint, aka they die. HP is most frequently affected stat of them all. The average base HP for a Pokemon is 68, while the average base HP for a fully evolved Pokemon is level 80. So weakness, we'll make the assumption purely based on the fact that could see like 55 to 60ish. They are the apex predator of the area they live in, right? Yeah, they've got a lot of power, and they dominate where they are. So having higher level, that actually does make sense. They are, what do they call them? Keystone species. So they change everything about the environment around them. So having them as a higher level would 100% make sense. We should just always have this open while we're figuring out the stats. So we do have the HP stat though, base of 68, and then we can determine if a lion is evolved. Phoenix, what do you think about level? If you are still there, do you think lower, higher, higher than Bandir's suggestion? Who knows? Wait, where did I have too many tabs? Weird, I must have closed it out. Because if we look at a lion and a baby lion, baby lions look incredibly different. And it's not until they grow up that you can really tell if they're male or female. It's very similar to Litleo and Pyroar, how they do it. I think 50-ish, or what Bandir suggested. I love going higher end of this, giving them more of a chance. So we're going to put them at level 60. Cool, level 609. I think they will definitely win. And so if they are, their base stat would be 80 for HP. And then they're strong. So they would definitely have more of a lasting effect. So let's look at something like Arbok, who is a pretty strong. He's got base of 60. Arcanine is another cat-ish Pokemon, 90. And then what is Pyroar's stat? If we go here, copy this, and let's look up Pyroar. Pyroar! Roar! 86. So we'll put them higher end of the HP scale. We'll give them 90. And then so base stats, that's 86 of base stats. It evolves at level 35. So that gives 25 levels of evolution. They fight mostly fast creatures, so speed would be EV trained or SV trained more than anything else. And they fight themselves, which would be attack SVs. So base HP would just be raised. And that brings up another interesting question. How much do stats raise per level in Pokemon? We're doing this right. We're going crazy into the stats here. 1/50th the base stat value and 1/100th the combined individual value and effort value. Huh? Okay. Sure. So 1/50th of the base stat. So if they have 50 health, their HP is going to go up by 1. So for 25 levels, we'll just do a base of 27, which puts it at 117. That seems to be a pretty good HP stat for a level 60 lion. So now we've got to go. I keep exiting out, or statistics, there it is. I'm not exiting out, I just don't know what my tabs are because I have too many of them. Attack is a value determines how much damage that a Pokemon will cause. This is going to be the highest stat for a lion. In my personal opinion, its attack is going to be where it excels, with speed kind of as a secondary main stat. And so, base attack for a fully evolved Pokemon is 90, and then again, assuming that 150, we'll put attack at about 130 for its stats at level 60. We also know that it's going to be SV trained with attack, so that is also going to raise it by another 27 or so. So we'll put it at 157, which is pretty decent for a level 60 Pokemon. That would hold its own in a competition setting. So let's look. Arcanine has 110 as its base stat for attack. And it evolves Growlithe. It evolves using a Firestone, so it can evolve at any level. So, base of finding a... Oh, the ranges shown on the right are for a level 100 Pokemon. Okay, cool. So, we'll use that. So, go back to Arcanine. Level 100... for attack is 350, 252 EVs. This is where some of this is going to be difficult initially, because we're creating a new Pokemon. They take months to create Pokemon and make sure they're balanced in game. So, Pyroar has 258 max. Arceus, not Arceus. Arcanine. Arcanine has 350. So, that's at level 100. So, I'll even put this higher. We'll put this at 190. Defense stats. Do you guys think we should have higher defense or kind of middling defense? They do have the mane that does protect a lot of the vital, like jugular and stuff like that. They also have the tail as a defense with the barbs in the tail. And they're pretty muscular, so it would take a bit to take them down. Like if a human fought a lion, unless a human had a weapon, we would not win. So, like, that's a good idea for defense. Unlock exclusive powers and join a closer aspect of the community. Subscribe to become a loyal sidekick, wielding the streamer's emotes and an ad-free experience. I thought that was a chatter, and I got very confused. But, like, they do have decent defensive capabilities. But, like, what is a high defense Pokemon? Let's just scroll through a few of these. Celigor has no defense. Wow. Okay, so, like, Aegislash is literally a shield. And it has 140 base stats for its defense. 65. Aggron is literally covered in armor. Think middling defense. They don't have armor or defensive things aside from claws and teeth. They have more evasion than defense. Well, and that's where I was talking about, like, the mane and the tail would both technically count as defensive things, just by nature of giving extra protection to those areas. The rest of its body is definitely just wide open because it just has basic fur. So, let's look at the statistics page. For defense, the average base defense for 70 is 73. Defense determines how much a Pokemon will resist when hit by a physical move. So these aren't like laser beams or magnetism or stuff like that. This is like a claw comes at them how much could they protect against that claw? I personally think that lions would be just under the norm, um, just because they don't have any tactical armor. Looking at Pyroar, for example, they have 72. So even their opinion of a cat-like Pokemon, uh, Arcanine, has 80, which is base stats. So let's just go base stats plus leveling up to 60. So that would be 80 plus 27 is 107 for base defensive stat. And just so that we can see these a little bit better, we're going to bold them so that they stand out and we know what our answers are. So this is shaping up to be a pretty decent Pokemon already. Let's also... Wait. I'm going to do a thing. Let's insert a table. We're going to do that. We're going to go HP, Defense, Special, Attack. Oh, wait. HP, Attack. Come on. Typing is hard. Defense, Special Attack, AAT, Special Defense, and Speed. So we've got 117 that. We've got 190 for attack. And please tell me if you think any of my numbers are off, low, high. I accept all opinions on this. I want this to be as good as possible. Because I'm very ticked off when I watch the other videos of people doing this, and they just are like, well, let's just immediately take Pyroar, who is a fire normal type Pokemon, and put them as the base for a lion. That's not a real lion. Real lions don't have fire. Real lions are not, they don't have a fiery breath of more than 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. They are, the males are usually lazy. So there are things that are definitely similar, but the mane of a male Pyroar heats up to 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit during battle, so it can melt steel. I don't think a normal lion can do that. So we're definitely, they should be relatively under what the base stats for Pyroar would be. So far, we're pretty close to that. So next up is Special Attack. So Special Attack is a value that determines how much damage a Pokemon can use while using a special move. Special moves are... Great, just take me to the entire move. PP, target, additional effect, contact rarity. Why? Why would you do this to me? Just give me the answer. Learning description. Special move is one of 3 categories of moves, and one that, cause damage based on special stats. So it's essentially anything that isn't a physical attack. It's not giving us a good answer to it, but it is, there. It now refers to attacks that are special. It would help if I read. Special to involve some kind of energy to harm the target without making physical contact. So this is like Psychic is a mind attack. It doesn't actually make contact, so it's based on special attack. or Hyper Beam, or Magnetism, or there's thousands of attacks, and a lot of them are special. So I don't think a lion has a special attack stat. Like, I honestly would put this at 0 if I could, but even the worst Pokemon has a stat. So let's go here. Special attack for Pyroar is very high. It's 112, 74. Very high for Archaludon. Of course, extremely high for the god. Pokemon, 100 for Arcanine. 125 for Arboliva. So, like, okay, so here's a good example. Base stat of 65, the highest it can get at level 100 is 251, because it's just a Cobra. It doesn't have, like, glands that can shoot out lasers. It has bite, and it has constrict, and it has shedding its skin. That's all that it does. So I think we'll just take Cobra's 65, do the base 1/50th of the thing, up the levels. So 65 and 27 is 93. So 93 special attack at level 60, I think, is giving it credit, because a lion just does not have any ability to do special attacks. But we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and assume they are a Pokemon, so even the basic Pokemon can do it. Special defense, however, is interesting to think about. I would say that Scary Face, lol. I mean, I think lions would have scary faces, or a scary face, because they do have a grimace face that they can put on that is meant to terrify the creatures around them. So, like, I could see Scary Face being one of the abilities. But we're coming to the abilities. Special defense is how much they could stand up to, like, a Hyper Beam. Like, if you shot a lion with a laser, it's gonna die. Because, like, it's a lion. But they've got really good muscles. They've got fur. I would say kind of like an Arcanine situation would probably be a good special defense. Kind of middling. Start at 80, add the 150th, so 107. They die to lower caliber weapons. You're not wrong. They do die to bullets, unfortunately, frequently. Yay, poaching. Please do not take that out of context. I am not celebrating poaching. Do not poach. Special defense, I think we'll put a base 107. It gives it, like, a little bit of protection. Apparently 20,000. And then speed. I think speed is the other SV trained stat. So it's going to be a lot higher. Similar to how attack, which is ATK. I definitely had that wrong. Similar to how attack would be SV trained. So SV training in Pokemon, for the uninitiated, is when you attack a Pokemon, depending on the type of Pokemon that you attack, when a creature is leveling up, they will get an SV stat from that Pokemon that will add to a counter that is in the background that you're technically not supposed to know about, but it can add extra to that stat after a certain period of time. And so if you're only killing really fast Pokemon, you SV train your Pokemon for speed. if you're only attacking like high attack Pokemon, you SV train your attack. Attack, I think, is the highest for a lion, and because they fight themselves constantly, I would say that attack would definitely be their best SV trained stat. I'm realizing now just how nerdy I am when it comes to Pokemon, in the fact that I know a lot of this without looking it up. Some of the things I have to look up because I don't know them, but like, I know too much. But it's perfect for this stream because I don't have to look up a ton. And then I think speed is the other because they have to take down Antelope and other extremely quick creatures, and that takes, I think specifically their turning capacity is where their speed stat would be higher. Because if you've ever watched a lion chasing down something, if the animal they're chasing down makes a very quick turn, a lion just plants a foot, turns, and keeps going. Like, it is insane to see them switch attack. So we're going to do a quick, let's go, hold on while I move you quickly so I can see my thing. Here. How do I do an incognito so that it's not that? Sure. So that it's not signed in. Yay! That worked. Okay, so let's go lion chasing Antelope. And let's fix my camera. How are we doing? Are we looking good? Decent? I mean, it's me, so... yeah, Pride of Lions. Oh, man. Ads. Yay. Blow up. Focus theaters. Skip the ads. Okay, there we go.
Do not normally need to drink.
So yeah, we got some Antelope by a watering hole. They're doing some mud eating, it looks like, or drinking. There's a lion,
which have a hard time hunting without cover around the water
patiently.
But
I have no idea if there is sound to this, so I'm gonna narrate it with our lo-fi music in the background. We're gonna have lo-fi lion attack. So a lion, he gets down, is waiting, watching, seeing if there's anyone weak. The antelopes are fighting each other because they want to show that they can fight back if they need to. They know the lion's there. The lion, he creeps up on the fight, seeing that they're distracted. All the rest of the antelopes are going, nope, 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 I don't want to deal with this. And those two antelopes are just like, I'm the bigger boy. No, I'm the bigger boy. No, I'm the bigger boy. And here goes the lion. Oh, and he pauses. The rest of the antelopes have seen him. Her. Right, it's a female. And so, here goes the lion. And look at that speed! The antelope just starts bucking it. It's chasing it down. It slows down. And it stops because the antelope outran. Pride of Lions pounce on Springbrook. Is this lion actually going to catch? Oh, they're gonna hunt as a pride now. Whew. I almost killed myself on this chair. Okay, let's jump ahead. Okay, here we go. Round 2. This is most replayed, so the lion must catch something. Oh! Oh, broken ankles. Oh, the antelope got broken ankles. Well, that's just unfair. So let's be honest here. That antelope tripped. That lion would not have caught the antelope if it wasn't for the antelope being like, oh, falling all over the place. Yeah. And then the lion eats, and yep, that's dead antelope, all right. That was a terrible example of a lion chasing down. Let's go lion attacking. Sure, here we go. Cat attacks at its finest. National Geographic. Wild. So wildebeest. That wildebeest is definitely having difficulty. Those are cheetahs, not lions. There we go. Lions. Oh, look at them. They're so cute. Why are we putting them up against a whole bunch of Pokemon where they're going to die? The Cape Buffalo. It weighs up to 1,500 pounds and has horns that are feet wide tip to tip. Alright. Oh. It's like, don't you dare. I will ram you. Oh, here's the pack tactics. So this is what they're going to do when they attack the Pokemon. They're going to go around to the sides, one chasing from the back. They're going to pincer tactics. Wait for the flanks. See, they're smart. Like, if there was, like, a brain stat, they would definitely score higher. Brain stat. Intelligence stat. They would score higher. But Pokemon doesn't have an intelligence stat. So we have to use what is there. Oh, this poor guy. This poor guy. All he can do is spin in a circle. Oh, there goes his tail. Ow. Oh, man. I don't know if this counts as violence, so we're going to end that there. But, like, the point stands. They're relatively fast, but they kind of, watching that, they go slow in their attacks unless they need to run. And then when they're running, they're pretty, like, right in the middle of speed. They were not keeping up to the antelope. They had to use tactics in order to take it down. And that tactic was wait till the antelope tripped. So base stat for fully evolved is 78. If one user uses quick attack, speed values are no longer a factor. So if another Pokemon attacks with quick attack, we know that. So yeah, we'll go base stat plus the 27. So what is that? 7 and 8 is 15. 70 and 20, so 100 and 105. That seems high, but then it would be SV trained. They have decent agility if that factors into speed. I think it does. They definitely do. We'll put speed at 140 because I do think it's going to be SV trained. So it's definitely a higher stat, but it's not their highest stat. It's not even close to their attack stat. Their attack stat is going to be far and above because lions are just naturally better at their attack. And then, like, right at the bottom is their special attack because they don't have an ability to use Hyper Beam or anything like that. Their defense and their special defense are equal at about 107. And their HP is 117, which means that they can take a decent amount of hits before one line is going to go down. So now the next thing that we need to discuss is what kind of abilities will a lion have? And we're going to assume that the lions, you guys are learning how terrible I am at typing. Assume that the lions can have infinite abilities. There we go. Infight. Infight abilities. Um, Infinite. I spelt it so bad that it didn't know. Uh, so abilities are not attacks yet. Attacks are coming up next. I do think they're going to have tackle as one of their attacks. And again, we're not going to limit them to 4 attacks like a regular Pokemon has, because we need to give them some advantages. So here is like the ultimate list. We went through it a little bit earlier. I pulled out a few. So I think definitely it has Fluffy. It reduces damage from contact moves by 50%, but fire type moves do double damage. I would think a lion would not like to be hit by things. Stuffle, Beware, Wooloo, Dubwell, and Graveyard have it. So, like, I would say their main is the main thing. Can't get it. That would count them to have Fluffy. And this just gives them a little bit of an advantage if something hits them physically. Fur coat, they have a fur coat, so again, reduces physical attacks by 50%, a little bit further. Persian is also another cat type Pokemon we could have looked at. They are definitely female lion. They're the classy cat. And their stats are low. I did not know that Persians were this terrible. Their speed being their main stats, their attack being second highest, all the rest being just under average. That is really interesting. So they have, for their abilities are up higher. Limber and Technician. So let's see what those do. Technician increases the power of moves that are usually base power 60 or below by 50%. Isn't that one house cat size? No, Persians are pretty decently sized. Persians are... They're 3'3", and they're 70.5 pounds, so they're like panther sized. They're definitely on the smaller end of the cat hierarchy, but they're definitely not the smallest. They are much smaller than a female lion, though, so that would make sense why their stats are so terrible. I don't think that they would have Technician. They will have Moxie, which basically when they kill an opponent, they get a bonus to attack up to +6. And I think that's just because they're aggressive. So other things that have this are like Mightyena, Salamence, Honchkrow, Litleo, and Pyro have them. So that's a pretty good indicator that this would be on their stats list. And then Crocodiles and whatever Scraggy is supposed to be. So yeah, we'll add Moxie. Give them an attack boost. Moxie, and here's where boosts attack after a feint. Boosts attack after a feint. So when we get to our list and actually putting the Pokemon in, if a Pokemon outright dies right away, we will come back and we'll kind of like add a little counter to this, but it's only up to +6. So at most, we're gonna see it go up to +6 would be, I think it's every level is 3. So 6 times 3 is 18. So +18 to their stats, 208 absolute maxed out. So that's cool. Fur coat, Fluffy, your Pokemon Fluggy, Fluffy, Your Pokemon knowledge is very small. Stop playing after Emerald. Oh, wow. I have been a fan of Pokemon forever. Like, to the point that, like, I'm looking at the Pokédex up to the end of Gen 8 in front of me. I have a poster that has that. I have played, I'd say 80% of the games that are out there, and beaten most of them. I shiny hunt. I love Pokemon. So yeah, even the base knowledge of the early Pokemon games, it helps because you can be like, "Hey, Pikachu," right? So Fur Coat and Fluffy both do 50% reduction to physical. 50% reduction to physical. Wow. I do know how to spell, I swear. I lie convincingly. Okay, so we've done Fluffy, done Fur Coat. Limber. The Pokemon is protected from paralysis. Persian, Glameow, Liepard, and Lopunny. So a lot of the smaller cats have it. What do you guys think? Do you think we should give our lion Pokemon Limber? It basically just means that it can't be paralyzed, which would be very helpful against all the electric types that have Thunder Punch and multiple other attacks that just instantly paralyze. Because if we just allow the lions to be paralyzed, they're gonna lose. I think. But Persian definitely is a lot smaller. Glameow and Liepard are a lot smaller. They're mostly the house cats and then like panther sized. What are your thoughts? I like the idea of it. Just doing a quick look through the rest of these to see if any of them would be in there. I do think we'll take a look at Intimidate and Scary Face. Or Scary Face is an attack. Yeah. Sharpness. Shell armor, shields down, simple. So start. I think Phoenix is already focusing on getting our little one to sleep, so... Or at least ready for bed. So I'll have to pause. Is there a sneaky one? That's kind of what I'm going through here to see... Because, yeah, they are incredibly good at hiding how big they are. Tinted Lens, Terravolt, Tough Claws, Triage, Truant. Pokemon can't attack on consecutive turns. Yeah, Lions would definitely lose if we gave them that. Raises speed if Unnerve is another good one, but we already have Intimidate, which kind of does the same thing. Alright, let's go. I started in the middle of the list. It's hard to look at the whole list if you start at the middle. Adaptability, Airlate, Airlock, Analytic, Anger Point. Anticipation, Aroma Veil, Bad Dreams, Battery, Berserk, not really. Cheek Pouch, yes, they are squirrels. Chlorophyll, they're not a flower. As far as I'm aware, lions are not flowers. Competitive, maybe. We'll take a look at that, see. Cursed Body, Cute Charm, Damned Dancer, Dark Aura, Skies, Download, Dragon's Maw, Drizzle, Early Bird. Flower Gift. They do lounge a lot. That is true. And they do soak up sunlight. Guard Dog, Hadron, Harvest, Heat-Proof, Hospitality, Huge Power, Hunger Switch, Hustle, Hydration, Hypercutter, Illuminate, Illusion, Imposter, Infiltrator, Justified, Keen Eye. Keen Eye they would also have. So I don't see anything that would be like sneaky. Pickpocket maybe, but I don't think that there's I think you need to have hands to pickpocket, and lions have paws. See, Propeller Tail, Protean, Psychic Third, Punk Rock, Queenly Majesty. Ooh, interesting. What Pokemon has that? Oh, Serena. Interesting. Okay. Definitely photosynthesis. You know what? I would totally be up to adding photosynthesis just as like a joke, because I don't think photosynthesis actually does anything. Raises highest stat in harsh sunlight or if holding a booster energy. So this would depend on what the battlefield is, and I'm thinking of doing neutral terrain. So like flat plains, midday. So it wouldn't even get anything because there is no harsh sunlight. Unless the other Pokemon do sunny day in order to get it. So we could add photosynthesis. Oh wait, hold on. That's not even photosynthesis. That's protosynthesis. It would help if I read. That's so funny. Yeah, okay. So I think we have everything that we can do for abilities. Alright, so let's look through these. So Intimidate, Ekans, Arbok, Growlithe, Arcanine, Tauros, Gyarados, Snubbles, Mightyena, Manectric, lots of things have this, and a lot of the cat Pokemon have it. Mabostiff, Litten, and Incineroar. Incineroar is another Tiger type Pokemon. So yeah, we'll add Intimidate, which means that they have lower. Hey. Thanks for crashing my bookshelves. I appreciate it. They're pretty messy as it is. Thanks for joining. How are you doing, Def Gamer? DG, woohoo! Oh man, it has been too long. So we're gonna add Intimidate. For our friend who just got here. Whoa! Apparently it's very intimidating. We are going through the Pokemon versus a billion lions debate. We're actually creating a 3D printer, so good. We're actually creating a Pokedex entry. So we've put a base lion as level 60. We've given it some stats. We're going through and giving it an unlimited amount of abilities as long as they match. The bookshelves would be tighter if Milo didn't like pulling the books off the shelves. Yes, I don't understand why he has such a fascination in doing that. Lowers attack stat of enemies. Let me know if you want anything printed. I want everything printed. No. Print me the world. Okay, so that unnerve makes the phone nervous and unable to eat berries. That's not going to be a thing in this competition. Competitive raises the ability bearer's special attack by 2 stages. Unfortunately, this does not make sense because we talked about the fact that they just don't have special attack. Keen Eye prevents the Pokemon from losing accuracy. They are very good at tracking prey. Is there Lycanroc, Glameow, Skuntank? It has been 10 months since I streamed last, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's been a while. I'm glad you're here. So, I'm gonna add Keen Eye just again to give lions advantage. So Keen Eye cannot have accuracy lowered. And then we'll just add Limber. Because they're fast. Sure, why not? No paralysis. Alrighty. So they got Moxie, Fur Coat, Fluffy, which is a bit of a stretch, but we're giving it to them. Intimidate, Keen Eye, Limber. I am absolutely loving it. It is such a fantastic webcam. And I'm hoping to get more use out of it as I go through this Pokemon versus Billion Lions thing. It's going to be quite a few streams. So, we're not needing to find it. So we got abilities, we have stats, we have the level. So all we need now is we need the base attacks that they're going to have. And so attacks are things like Tackle, Headbutt, Noble Roar. So I think Noble Roar, definitely we're supposed to think that they have that. Tackle makes sense. Crunch makes sense. They don't have Fire, so Fire Fang doesn't. They have Snarl. Because, like, a lion goes when they're, like, they have that kind of thing. It's not common, but they do kind of have a snarl. Oh, or you're presenting a snarl as an option. reading different things. I added it, and then you suggested it at the same time. Bum, bum, bum. Roar. They will definitely have roar. Let's go to Arcanine. Where's Arcanine? I believe the Arcanine. Bite. They would definitely have bite. We've got all of those. We talked about Scary Face, and I think that's 100% something that we could give. What do you guys think about Swift? The messages are slow. Always, and I wish I can make it faster. Because then I ask a question, like, 10 days later it shows up and it's like, oh, they did answer it, and I'm already on the next thing. We need the BAP. B-A-P. What's the BAP? BAP? Am I missing something? Oh, like when they take their paw and they just, like, poof and smack people? Is that what you're talking about? The cat's white. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I'm trying to think if there is an attack like that. List of Pokemon attacks. This is going to be stupid. 460 total. Okay, so let's go really quickly through this. We're still in the A's. That's insane. Axe kick. Totally. They have axe. How's Milo the Troublemaker doing? It depends. We've bought him a bunch of toys, so that is helping. Beat up. Each Pokemon in user's party attacks. Yeah, that's not the BAP. Not quite. Bide, Bind, Bite. Blizzard, Block. Blood Moon. They can definitely cause blood moons. That is 100% what lions do. Bone Rush. But in answer to your question, we love our cat, but he's a brat. Bum, bum. Isn't Claw Swipe? Yes, we're just getting to the C's. It does not look like that is an ability. He is entirely too smart for an orange cat. That's just our whole family. Our whole family is too smart for their own good. Our little one is incredibly smart. I really want to give Buzzy Buzz to the lion, but I know that's not practical. But that would just be hilarious. Just pulls out bzz, bzz, and paralyzes an opponent. Catastropika? A Pikachu exclusive Z move. Okay. Clear Smog, Coil, Collision Course, Combat Torque, Comet Punch, Confuse Ray, Conversion and Conversion 2, Copycat, Cosmic Power, don't think a lion has cosmic power. We already have crunch. Dun, dun, dun. Dire Claw. Let's take a look here. Dire Claw. Sneasler is the only one that learns it? Really? But you can add it to any Pokemon. Introduced in Gen 8. It's a physical attack. Power 80, accuracy 100. It's poison though. Dire Claw deals damage and 50% of poisoning, paralyzing, or putting the target to sleep. Do we think that Dire Claw, the user lashes out at the target with ruinous claws, aiming to land a critical hit? Do we think we give lions Dire Claw? Because, like, I don't think their claws are poisonous. I actually know for a fact they're not. But, like, we could stretch it to be like, yeah, it feels more like a Komodo dragon move. That would be a different fight altogether. Komodo dragons would have incredibly high defense stats. Oh no, are we gonna just do this for a whole bunch of Pokemon down the line? And see if there's any that can beat Pokemon? Yeah, I think we'll just avoid Dire Claw for now, because I think there are other claw attacks. Wild Speed, yes. Disable, Disarming Voice, Discharge, Dive, Dizzy Punch. Double Hit. You know what? Double Hit is the BAP. The boop boop. Because that's what they do. They always do it as like a toe. We need to Pokemonize real animals. I love it. And I'm hoping that my streams continue so that I can actually do stuff like this, because that would be great. So either double hit or double slap. Let's look at definitions. So the user slams the foe with the tail. Okay, so double hit is with a tail. Double slap repeatedly slaps 2 to 5 times. The foe is slapped repeatedly. Does this count as the BAP? The lion BAP? Because I think so. I think this is our BAP. Just call it a slap. Slap, 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 slap. The target is slapped repeatedly, back and forth, 2 to 5 times. Cap app. Okay, yeah, we're doing it. Okay, so double slap is going to be the first one that I officially put in as an attack. Double slap. And then I'm going to put BAP. So 2 to 5 hits. And its base power is 15 with an accuracy of 85. So 15 power, 85 accuracy. All right. So we got double slap, BAP. Let's see here. We need something for Dragon Claw. Just give it Dragon's Claws. Draining Kiss, Dream Meter, Drill Pack, Dual Chop, Earthquake, Echoed Voice, Eerie Impulse. There's a lot of claw moves, and I'm sure we'll find one that matches. Eterna Beam. Explosion. Just let the lines blow up. I would love to see that. But no, we won't give that. I could see Feint Attack. Let's take a look here. An attack that draws the foe close, then strikes without fail. The user draws up close to a foe disarmingly, then hits without feel. So this is like the creep up. The creep up and attack and jump. I could see feint attack being a thing. But we'll just put that in the maybe category for right now. Let's see here. Final Gambit, Fire Blast, Fire Fang. Nothing with fire. They are not Pyroars. That is why we're creating an entirely new Pokedex entry. Ooh, I got a yes to feint attack. Okay, so we will add feint attack. Feint attack. Sneaky. And that is 60 and infinite for accuracy. 60 power. Always hits. Cool. Alrighty. We are in the F's. We are not even close to halfway through the alphabet. Force Bomb, follow me. Fury Swipes. I think we already have Quickly Scratches 2 to 5 times. So this is different than the BAP. This is Claws Out. Do we give them two different abilities that do basically the same thing? I don't know. It's not going to get a G-Max. You have 1,000 channel points! Yay! Don't do anything with audio right now because I do not have any way to hear it, so that would be a waste. And you definitely cannot jump scare me right now because I don't have a headset on and no way to hear it because my headphone jack is currently taken up. Redeemed Hydrate. Okay, I'm gonna have to go to BRB for a moment as I grab some water. So I will be back. Yes, and I love it. Epic the Musical is fantastic. I listened to every single one as it came out because I love Jorge's way of doing it. I've listened to all of Jorge's musical work that there is access to. Hello? Oh, okay. Are we getting a kitty? Meow meow. Meow meow. Hopefully I'm back and audible. It looks like I am. I see my thing ticking up and down. But yeah, I love Epic the Musical. It is fantastic. So hydrate with my giant mug. By the way, this is my head compared to my mug. Oh, okay. Uh, whoo. Sing me a song. What song would you like me to sing? I totally forgot that that was one of my redeems. Would you fall in love with me again? Do I know this song? Oh, yes, from Epic. Oh, but I need, I need Phoenix. Unless you want me to do, unless you want me to do both the female and the male voice, but that would definitely not sound that fantastic. Also, let's see if there is. Spotify. I could just, you know what? That's what I'll do. I'm gonna take the potential of Jorge doesn't normally because he likes his stuff being used. Would you fall in love with me again? Oh, I've only listened to this twice. Oh, hold on. That's coming out of. The wrong source. Hello, Dopehack. I am not the man you fell in love with. I am not the man you once adored. I am not your kind and gentle husband. And I'm not the love you knew before. Would you fall in love with me again? You knew all I've done, things I cannot change. Would you love me all the same? I know that you've been waiting for love. Oh, hold on. Ads. We're gonna pause. You don't remember being here at all. It has been 10 months since I streamed last. Not sure if everybody is back from ads yet, but we will continue the song after ads are done. As soon as I get the okay that ads are done. Do do do. It's been following for 2 years, a month and 23 days and 23 hours. Huh. Quite a while ago. Okay, it looks like we're back. Are we back? No ads? Hopefully. I hate to pause it in the middle, but I want everybody to be here. Yes, back. Okay, let's continue. A bird on every island, as I traded friends like objects I could use. Hurt more lives than I can count on my hands. But all of that was to bring me back to you. So tell me, would you fall in love with me again if you knew all I've done? Things I can't undo. I'm not the man you knew. I know that you've been waiting, waiting.
Could you do me a favor? Just a moment of labor that would bring me some peace. See that wedding bed? Could you carry it over? Lift it high on your shoulders and take it far away from here.
Could you say this? I had built that wedding bed with my blood and sweat. Carved it into the olive tree where we first met. A symbol of our love everlasting. Do you realize what you've asked me? The only way to move it is to cut it from its roots. Penelope, Penelope. Man, Annalie's voice and Jorge's lyrics, amazing. Years alone, you. All right. Well, that was a fun aside. I love it. Oh, yeah. No, I don't want an update in the middle of my stream. Thank you very much. That would be very. I appreciate that that was the song you chose. I love Epic the musical. It is so fantastic. Let me just move my camera back now that I can cut off part of the screen again. In order to have it like directly in front of me, I literally cannot see the right hand side of my screen. But thanks for suggesting that. I am such a huge fan of Jorge's music and just everything that he did with Epic the Musical. And that song is so good. One of these days we'll have to get Phoenix in here and we'll actually do the duet. She'll do Penelope and I'll do Odysseus, but I'll have to convince her to sing on camera. She's willing to sing in front of people for worship, but on a camera is different. There's a group of us trying to do the same thing with the Bible now. That sounds fantastic and incredibly difficult. Okay. Now I gotta go from Greek mythology back into thinking about what a lion would be if it's. Uh-oh. I have a sing a song redeemed just waiting for me to turn it back on. Oh, I see. You're voicing the devil. Oh no, but that's great. I don't know. I feel like voicing the devil would feel less bad than voicing God. Oh, let's give our lions a guillotine. Who has guillotine? I didn't know that was a move. Oh, like quite a few. Corefish, Crawdon, Axie, Fracture, Haxorus, Poniard, B-Sharp, Vikavolt, Cloth, and King Gambit. So pretty much everything that has claws or swords involved. That's fantastic. We based him on Dr. Facilier. That makes sense. Cunning, backstabbing. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I've always figured Satan kind of has a British accent, not because I think all British people are satanic, but just because I feel like that fits. I could be wrong. He might not have a earthly accent at all, in fact. Headbutt. Do lions headbutt? I don't think they do. Somebody clip that. No. Do not take anything I say out of context. I don't think lions headbutt. However, heavy slam. User slams into the target with its heavy body. The more the user outweighs the target, the greater the damage. I think heavy slam should be in there. That would be good. Helping hand, hex, hidden power. Let's keep going here. Hone claws. Hone claws would definitely be something that would help them. We have howl does not make sense. They are not dogs. Roar makes sense, but not howl. I see wind, imprison, incinerate, infernal parade. Am I hearing? Is that Hogwarts Legacy I'm hearing? I'm hearing something from out in our living area. Iron Tail, they don't have Steel type. You know what? We are totally forgetting something. We have not thought about what type a lion would be. Type chart. Pokemon. Wait. Type chart. There we go. So, bug, dark, dragon, fight. Lightning, psychic, fighting type. You know what? I would think fighting normal or fighting earth would make the most sense. They're not rock type, they're not made of rock. But they do live in earthy climates. And earth type can sometimes just mean that they live in that kind of climate. Fighting type makes sense. That's almost guaranteed, which would mean that they're weak to flying, psychic, and fairy. That's fairy type. That's psychic. And they're strong against dark, ice, normal, rock, and steel. Which is great because one of my things that I was going to argue right from the beginning is that pretty much all steel type Pokemon would immediately beat lions because a lion can't bite steel. Dive bomb by birds, yeah, weak against flying makes sense. So what do you think? Would Earth or normal type make more sense for the second typing? I think fighting is guaranteed, so we'll add that. Level 60. Fighting. Ah. Ah. Fighting slash normal or earth. Because I can see arguments for both. Ghost doesn't make sense. So, like, let's count these out. Water doesn't make sense. It's not steel in any way. Rock, it barely lives in rocky climates unless you believe the Lion King is true, and then you believe Pride Rock is where they live. That's not true at all. They don't have psychic abilities. They don't poison people. They are just basic animals, which is normally what normal type is. But we could give them more of an advantage by making them earth type and giving them vulnerable to those, strong against those. So that would give them 4 times effectiveness against rock and steel if we make them earth. If it's normal, they get no type effectiveness. Ice, they have nothing to do with ice, nothing to do with nature or leaf, nothing to do with ghost, grass type, that's what that is. Nothing, they don't have wings, then they don't hover, so they're not flying. Fire type, they are not Pyroar. You could argue fairy type. It would be a very bad argument, but you could argue fairy type. Lightning, King of the Jungle. King of the Jungle is a misnomer, though. You rarely find lions in jungles. Dragon type, they are not a dragon. They are not dark type, and they are not bugs. So, like, I mean, that is their their nickname, but like going back to our Wikipedia article, their range, there's very little jungle in this range. And I think back when there was more in India, that's where some of that came. Um, King of the Jungle most often refers to lion, Tarzan, or King Kong. That's all it tells me. Um, Reddit, no stupid questions. Just feel like tigers should get the jungle crown. Jungle comes from Sanskrit word jangala, which means wilderness, or a place that is uninhabited by humans. Because English likes to change things, jungle eventually came to mean what it does today, a very specific type of wilderness. The lion has been king of the jungle since before English changed the meaning. That, cool. We're learning things again. So it's King of the Wilderness is proper translation. So yeah, not really grass type. Wilderness makes sense. Granted, this is Reddit, so that could be just not etymology Reddit. Actually, I trust this more. The first occurrence of the phrase "the king of the jungle" is in the mid 19th century, according to Google Ngrams, but I can't find the book in which it occurs. The oldest book I can find is The King of the Animal Kingdom by P.T. Barnum, and this chapter, titled King of the Jungle, shows a picture of a tiger. This is reinforced by the entry in the 1922 Dictionary of English Phrases, where the phrase is defined as the tiger. However, in his book, The Wonders of the Jungle from 1908, the author, an Indian civil servant and judge called Sararat Kumar Ghosh, the lion has sometimes been called the king of the jungle, I suppose because in those countries where he lives there are no tigers. It's not as much of an explanation, to be honest. I honestly think this is the, nah, you're Indians effect. I like this because it's citing sources. So it's actually referring to tigers. There we go. Lions are not the king of the jungle, and even if they were, jungle means wilderness. So, again, goes back to normal type or earth type. Do we give them the advantage of having extra type advantages? Or do we just make them normal type like every other basic animal Pokemon that's out there? I feel like giving them the advantage would help them, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Normal makes sense. Alright, we're gonna go fighting normal. Which makes me wonder, are there any other fighting normal types? Normal fighting Pokemon. I feel like that's gonna... Oh, Beware. Yeah, that makes sense. Beware and Stuffle. that's that's great. So literally the bear Pokemon and the pre-evolution of the bear Pokemon are the only two fighting normal types. So I think a lion would fit alongside of a bear for that kind of thing. Yeah, Stuffle's this little cutie guy. He's the pre-evolution of Beware. He was... What generation did he come in? Huh. This does not say. Can only see me right now. Oh, I totally forgot to put it back to the screen. Thank you. Sorry. So this is Stuffle. He's absolutely adorable. And he is the pre-evolution of Beware, who is this little guy. They're just a pink teddy bear. Absolutely cute and adorable. But yeah, those are the only normal fighting types out there. The only other one is Melioletta, which is weird, but okay. Oh, in pirouette form, that makes sense. Almost as cute as my stuffed troll. Yeah, yeah, makes sense. Okay, so yeah, there we go. So normal means that they're weak against fighting, so they're weak against themselves. That's great. She's fighting? Yeah, pirouette form. Only pirouette form. So she has her multiple different musical forms. She's normally psychic, normal. So, oh, DMCA, free music. Let's get that going again. Alright, so to the document. So, week 2, fighting. Week 2, fighting. Week 2, fairy, flying, and psychic. Fairy, flying, and psychic. Strong against dark ice, normal, rock, steel. Dark ice, normal, rock, steel. And since we're being official with this, I should make sure that all my stuff are properly the same. Okay, so fighting normal type, they're weak to fighting, fairy, flying, and psychic. They're strong to dark, ice, normal, rock, and steel. I think that makes some pretty good sense. Oh no. Yeah, I would love for you to continue. So now that we have that, back to abilities. So I think Fury Swipes make sense because it's different than just the BAP. This is claws out. This is scratching. And when they kind of like pounce, that's Fury Swipes. So let's add that. Fury Swipes. Claws. Fury Swipes is 2 to 5 hits, 18 power? That is so low and weird. 18 accuracy of 80. So 2 to 5 hits, 18 power, and 80 accuracy. Awesome! Alright, let's see anything else. Jump kick, that would be hilarious to see a lion doing. Karate chop, again, hilarious. Kowtow cleave. Last resort, lash out. Last respects, lava plume, leech life, leech seed, leer, lick. Lick makes sense. But lick is a ghost type move. Do we allow... Oh, we need to allow for them to be able to use lick, because otherwise they could not attack ghost types. Because I don't think any of the other abilities... These are all physical, yeah, so we need to give them lick so that they can actually hit a ghost. Because physical type moves, unless they're ghost type, do not hit ghosts. So I'm gonna be nice. I'm going to give them lick, even though it's a low power. Tongue. Slurp the ghost. Yes, exactly. 30 power, and it's 85 accuracy or 100? 100 accuracy. Nice. 100 accuracy. It's not a guaranteed hit, but most of them are gonna hit. Low keep, low swift. Lunge. The user lunges at the target. Attacking with full force. This also lowers the target's attack stat. Oh, but this is a bug type move. Well, yeah, we can stretch it to say a ghost type move. I don't think we can stretch for a bug type move for a lion. I like the definition of it, but it's a bug type move. Mach punch. Nothing to do with magnets. Make it rain. Matcha gotcha. Max flare. There is one coming up that I am going to argue for that I think is kind of hilarious, and it's purely because of the Lion King. But we'll get there. Memento, Metal Burst, Metal Claw, Metal Sound, Meteors, Bug Attacks come from the ticks. That is such a stretch, but I love it. Oh, do I love it enough to add it to the official Pokemon? I don't think so, because I do want this to be as legit as possible. So I love that we're stretching it a lot for Lick already. Mist, Miracle Eye, Moonlight, Morning Sun, Mountain Gale. We're getting to the time where I'm gonna have to get a little bit quieter because we have upstairs neighbors now. Yay! That's fantastic. So it is now time for the ASMR section of this stream. I'm here for the ride and to be a goon. You're gooning over lions? Interesting. Or are you gooning over, like, the Pokemon that we're going to be talking about, like this beautiful beast? I would. But I'm weird. No retreat, Noble Roar. Ooh, what's the difference between Noble Roar and Roar? So Roar, in the wild, Roar causes Pokemon to flee if they are lower level and the battle ends. Noble Roar lowers the attack and special by one stage. We're gonna do Noble Roar just because General Goon. So we'll give Noble Roar, lowers attack, and special. Cool. So there we go. Oh, and meow. We have to include what it is. Oblivion Wing, Obstruct, Oceanic Operetta. They can definitely sing in the ocean. That is, we should give our lion Oceanic Operetta. Octazooka deals damage and has a 50% chance. An attack that may reduce fires a lump of ink to damage and cut accuracy. Octillery and Grapploct have it, and Horsia, Seadra, Remoraid, and Kingdra can learn it. That's great. I did not know that was a move. Octalock, Odor Sleuth. Odor Sleuth would make sense. Ooh, hold on. Odor Sleuth negates the foe's effects to heighten evasiveness. Enables the user to hit a ghost type with any type of move. Who has this? Arcanine has this. Houndoom has this. Mightyena has this. So a lot of the more normal animal Pokemon have this. So I think let's give Odor Sleuth so they can hit ghosts now. I think that makes sense for a cat, right? Nose can hit ghosts. Very nice. Okay. Let's see. Outrage, overheat, pain split, parabolic charge, payday, payback, peck, pear song, pedal blizzard, pedal dance, phantom force, pika pacow, pika papow. Okay. Pin missile, plasma fists. Yes, let us give them plasma fists. Poison fang, poison tail, pollen puff, poltergeist. Pounce. Pounce is the one that I was thinking of. It lowers Pokemon's speed by pouncing on the target. And again, like tons of Pokemon have this, so yeah, let's give it Pounce. Lowers opponent's speed. Ooh, but then again, it's another bug type move, so let's not. Why are all of the jumping attacks bug type moves? That makes very little sense. Power trip, power whip, present, protect, side beam, side blade, psych up, psycho shift, side shock, side strike, side wave, purify, pursuit. How is Pants not a cat attack? It should be normal type. Honestly, Pursuit is a dark type. Inflicts bad damage if. So this is just like a chase down move. If it's trying to run. Yeah, we'll give Pursuit. Pursuit makes sense. Pursuit. Chase. And it is 40 and 100. 40 power, 40 attack, and 100 accuracy, and doubles if Pokemon running. Awesome. So already we have a lot of attacks. Just thinking through what they have. I don't have Bite in here yet, and I don't have Scary Face in here yet. So I think we'll have to call it good at a certain point, but I do want to give them like every opportunity of attack that they have. Because again, I feel like they're gonna need it, but we'll see. So what was that? We're gonna do Bite. Bite is... Oh, and of course I totally just got rid of Bite. Oh, why are there so many attacks? Bite. 60 and 100. That's all I needed it for. 60 attack, 100 accuracy. Alright. And Scary Face. Grimace. Lowers what? What does it lower? Speed. Speed by 2. You know what? And that is absolutely perfect. I was going to we'll do a quick look through the rest of the abilities just to double check. But we're like right at the bottom of one page, which I think is absolutely perfect. I was gonna argue for Sunny Day just because of the Lion King, and I thought that that would be really funny. But at the same time, the lions don't have control over the sun. That is an ability that they use multiple times in the Lion King movies, though, which is weird to say the least. Okay, so let's see here. Is there anything else for MPs? Quash Quick Attack, Quiver Dance, Rage, Raging Fury, Cycle. They can astral project on the clouds. Yeah, exactly. Relic Song, Refresh, Rest, Retaliate, Return, Revenge, Reversal, Roar. We have Noble Roar already, so we don't need that Roar. Roost, Round, Sacred Fire, Sacred Sword, Salt Cure, Sappy Seed, Scary Face, Scratch. We already have Fury Swipe, so we don't need Scratch. It's a better Scratch. Shelters, Shift Gear, Shockwave, Sing, Sinister Arrow Raid, Skill Swap, Slam Slash. So many S-type moves. Soak, Soft Boiler, Soft Boom, Spatial Rend. Should we give our lions the ability to rend space? Spider Web, Spike Cannon, Spin Out, Bite, Splash, Spore, Spotlight, Steamroller. We're still in the S's. Stomping Tantrum, Stored Power, Strength, Stuffed Cheeks, Substitute, Sub-Zero Slammer, Sunny Day, Supersonic, Swallow, Tackle, Tail Blow, Tail Slap, Tail Whip, Tail Wind, Teeter Dance, Thief, 1,000 Arrows, 1,000 Waves, all Thunder moves, Tickle. Why is this a Mr. Mime move? Oh, it's not. Gothita, Minchino, Woshian, Dondozo, Gothitelle, Ambipom, Whiskash, Apom, and Gotharita. Weird. Why is Tickle a move? Tidy Up, Topsy Turvy, Torment, Trailblaze, Tri Attack, Trick Room, Trick or Treat, Triple Arrows, Triple Axle. Sure. Trump card? Oh no! It can't be a Mr. Mime move. It's too on the nose. Let's be honest, it would be fantastic if it was. I'm so sad that Trump is even affecting Pokemon now. Twister. What does Trump card do? The lower the PP, the higher the power. Oh, that's amazing. That is so true for Trump. The lower the PP, the higher the power. I can't even. Oh man. Let's move on. VV Volley, Venom, Victory Dance. That is me after making that joke. Volt Tackle, Water Gun, Water Pulse, Water, Wave Crash, Weather Ball, Whirlwind, Wide Guard, Will-O-Wisp, Wing Attack, Wish Withdraw, Work Up, Worry Seed, Wrap Ring Out, X-Scissor, Yawn, Zapcanic, Zing Zap, and Zippy Zap. Cool. That is all the abilities. Which means we have abilities, we have typing, we have our stats, we have our type matchups, There is no evolution chart other than little lion to big lion. And then the Pokédex entry. So, second page. We're going to make a Pokédex entry. Pokédex entry. The lion is a pack animal that chases, that hunts its prey through deceit. How do you spell deceit? Oh, that is right. Okay. Why does that not seem right? Through deceit and teamwork. The lion pounces and uses its incredibly sharp claws and teeth to rend its prey. That's the wrong "it's" before. I'm an idiot. You would do well to avoid these docile killers. Sure, that sounds like a... I used the wrong "it's" there too. Man. There we go. We have a Pokédex entry for the lion. And now, without further ado, we are going to look at our tier maker. I spent way too much time on this. So here's how it's going to work. We're going to go through the Pokemon A to Z, all 1,025 Pokemon. I have absolutely every single Pokemon in here. It's missing zeros. Is it a million? No! Hold on. Hold on. There we go. Oh, man. How much work I used to set this up, you would think I wouldn't mess up the number. But I messed it up so many times. Okay, so we have every single one of the 1,025 Pokemon that are here. We're going to go full screen and we're going to take a look at our tier list. So at the bottom, we have our two where they do nothing towards the battle. They are the run and hides and tries to survive as long as possible from a billion lions. The billion lions are gonna search them out and find them. It's not gonna take too long. Then there's dies immediately. This is the battle begins, a lion pounces, it's gone. Then we have our base level, our orange killers. We have kills 1 lion, we have kills 10 plus, and kills 100 plus. So these are like base level. We're not going to go 1, 2, 3, 4 killing all the way up to a billion, because that would be crazy. So like this is 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100, so on and so forth. In the yellow section, we have kills 1,000, kills 10,000, kills 100,000. In our green section, we have 1,000,000. In our more green section, we have 10 million and 100 million. And then solo wipe at the top. I added this because I think there are a few Pokemon that are going to kill all billion when we look at all of the different aspects of the Pokemon. When we're considering the attacks, the stats, and we're considering Pokédex entries, we're going to see some crazy things that are just broken. And that's where this question becomes really interesting, because 1 billion lions is so impossible to consider. If we were to put 1 billion lions on our planet, they would fill Africa, most of Europe, most of Asia, and all of Australia. So, like, the entire eastern side of the world that isn't the Americas would be filled bottom to top with lions for 1 billion lions. Like, that is just unfathomable amount of lions. The battlefield is going to be an infinite plain. So just basic grass battlefield. There is an infinite amount of space in all directions. Couple of trees, couple of bushes. Really basic battlefield. So there is no type advantage. There will be a couple of lakes and a couple of like ocean areas off to the sides so that water type Pokemon are able to fight. Because otherwise those water type Pokemon would all just be gone. No items, final destination. Yes. I don't think many of the Pokemon can use items, but there are some that do, like Tinkaton, Tinkatuff, Tinkatink, Conkeldurr. Who else uses actual weaponry as a Pokemon? There's quite a few, but mostly in the later generations. Klefki technically uses its keys. So when we're discussing the Sif knockoff, Zamazenta and Zacian. Zacian is the Sif knockoff. Never heard him called that before, but makes sense. We're gonna go through. We're gonna talk about the attack. We're gonna talk about the stats. We're gonna go through the Pokedex entries, and then we're gonna place it on this board somewhere in here, and we'll decide together. With my bias being, I think a lot of them are going to be in the upper range, like yellow and above. But I'm going to do my best to not. My favorite part of the lore is that Sif is a lady, and I didn't know that for the longest time. I always thought Sif was a boy dog because big boy dog with a sword makes sense. And then I found out, no, it's a lady. I also adore the Soul series. In fact, when I started Twitch streaming, I was doing Elden Ring way back 4 years ago, when I started. And then I realized that, like, doing these talking streams are fun. So the cool thing is I can take these Pokemon and put them wherever. I won't do that, but they're in alphabetical order. So they go from Abomasnow, which is the lowest A, to Zigguard at Z. And we are going to be including only normal form Pokemon. So no Gmax, no Z-Move, no Gigantamax, no... what are the other ones? Prismatic from the newest games. We're just going to be taking these Pokemon in their base forms, which means that some of them are going to be underpowered because of that. Specifically, I think of like Thundurus, Landorus. In their terrestrial form, they are much more powerful, but that is not their origin form. Their origin form is the one that we're going to be using, and that is technically less powerful. But we're just gonna go through, and today we're gonna get through the A's. So A's starts at Abomasnow, and goes to Archeops. So we're gonna go through the first two lines. That's 28 Pokemon. That's gonna be a lot. There is so many Pokemon. It is ridiculous. Oh, actually, I just realized I am missing a whole bunch of Pokemon because Azumarill, Bagon is where B's start. Uh-oh. I did not prep enough because all of these are also A's. So we're going to be going through a few. So let's get started. Hello, there we go. So we got our line figured out just as... Hello? Oh, I see. F11, there we go. I need to be able to see my top now. Okay, so we have our Pokemon, or our lion as a Pokemon. Level 60, fighting normal type, weak to fighting, fairy, flying, and psychic. So we'll keep those in mind when those show up. Strong against dark, ice, normal, rock, and steel. So again, we'll keep that in mind when those show up. It has 6 abilities. It cannot be paralyzed. It cannot have its accuracy lowered. It lowers the attack stat of enemies when the battle begins, so that will just apply across the board. And then 50% reduction and another 50% reduction to physical, so that is quite a bit of a reduction. And then boost attack after feint, so when it kills a Pokemon, it gets a boost until +6, which is a lot. So let's start with, that is not Abomasnow, that is Snover. Abomasnow. So right away we get a third generation, or a third evolution. Third evolution? Second evolution? Second evolution. So final evolution of this line, Snover into Abomasnow. He is a frost tree Pokemon, grass and ice. So right away we have the type matchup coming in. Ice type is going to be weak, so that means the Lions are going to have an advantage in this fight. It has 7'3", so this is taller than an average human and weighs 300 pounds. So this is a weighty boy and a tall boy, so it's gonna take a lot for these Lions to attack. It's got high HP, it's got high attack stats, it's got high special attack stats, so it can both do well attacking as well as using extra abilities. And then it's got lower speed, so the Lions are going to be able to attack first, and its defense is not the greatest, but again, it's fairly large. Lurk for a bit while I put our little one to sleep. Alright, you might miss the first two Pokemon, but... Own syntax error? What? Oh, that's funny. Light prey for a lion compared to that water buffalo in National Geographic. I do think so, but then again, it comes down to the Pokédex entries are going to change some of these. Because Abomasnow, base stats-wise, is definitely going to be not too much of an issue, but it whips up blizzards in mountains that are always buried in snow. Let's do a little bit more zooming in. There we go. It is the Abominable Snowman. It blankets wide areas in snow by whipping up blizzards. It is also known as the ice monster. They appear when snow flowers bloom. When the petals fall, they retreat to places unknown again. It lives a quiet life in mountains that are perpetually covered in snow. It hides itself by whipping up blizzards. It blankets wide area. If it sees any packs of Darumaka going after Snover, it chases them off, swinging its sizable arms like hammers. A shake of its massive body is enough to cause whiteout conditions. So, like, these are like intense blizzards. So I would say this is definitely taking out a few Pokemon. A powerful Pokemon that can split huge boulders with ease. Dislikes associating with others and chooses to live quietly deep within the mountains playing with the snow. So I would say that this would be how many Pokemon die from being buried under 190 billion pounds of lions. Well, this is where, like, if this is an infinite battlefield that we're considering, there's not going to be too many pile-ups. There are going to be vast swaths of dead animals, but I don't think there's just going to be a pile of lions. With a few exceptions, when we get to Gardevoir and her black hole creation, we might see some mountains of lions being created, and that might crush a few. But I think this is... We're going to see this as just the Pokemon are getting killed. They're laying where they are. They're not going to be crushing too many. Granted, I would say Abomasnow would fit the kills 10 plus. I would put it in the runs and hides because of all of the things talking about how it hides. But it does want to protect the Snovers. So since Snover is in this battle, it would attack. And then also the blizzards aspect would definitely cause a few of the lions to freeze, because there is just no blizzard conditions where lions live. So with all of that being said, it would die relatively quickly, but I would say that's a good question. Darumaka. Come on. Darumaka. Darumaka is 82.7 kilograms or pounds and 2 foot. So not that big comparatively. Compared to a lion, they're definitely smaller. I would be okay admitting that Abomasnow might kill just one Pokemon, or one lion, but I think it would be around the 10 plus range. It doesn't have too many specific attacks that are crazy. Could see the thing hiding and killing some by accident. Yeah, so yeah, I think 10 is decent. Yeah, it doesn't really have anything like Icicles, Energy Ball, Blizzard. Blizzard is very powerful, but low. Uh-oh. My daughter hurt herself. So yeah, let's put it in the 10 plus category. So it's like between 10 and 100. None of these are going to be specific amounts, because I just don't think that's the way to do this. I think it's just, in general, 10 is 0.001% of all of them. So like that is that no, that's not even true. 0.00001%. So it's like such a minuscule amount, but it's some. We definitely need them to do. So there is, let's do some quick math. Calculator. I think it's 10 million 10 million lions each in order to actually do this. So if there is 1 billion lions and there is 1,025 Pokemon, that is 975,609. So about a million lions each. That is, so we need a lot in this category and above in order for the Pokemon to win. So anything down yellow or lower is losing the fight for the Pokemon. So 10 plus is giving some credit to Abomasnow. 10 to 100 makes sense. It would definitely kill a few with the Blizzard, but that would be about it. So let's move on to our first evolution, Abra. Immediately, Abra is known for teleporting away as soon as it gets into conflict, and so this might just be a runs and hides. But let's take a look at its stats. HP 25, like 2 hits kills this thing. It has 20 attack and 15 defense, but its psychic ability is incredibly good. And so I could definitely see it taking out a few by like just psychically linking to the lions and just killing a few before teleporting away and running, and just never coming back. Yeah, it will identify impending danger and teleport to safety. It sleeps 18 hours a day, so it's a cat. If it senses danger, it will teleport itself to safety. Teleport randomly, creates the illusion, hypnotizes itself so that it can teleport away. So while it's sleeping, yeah, you know what? Yeah, it just runs and hides. Using its psychic power is such a strain on its brain that it needs to sleep for 18 hours a day. It definitely runs and hides, but I could also see an argument for dies immediately. That one is way too easy. But one lion gets lucky. But it maintains a telepathic radar, so it would know. It would know that the lions are about to happen, even sleeping. So yeah, it runs and hides. Okay, Absol. This runs too much for the lions to bother catching it. That's the thing. And like those who runs and hides, I've heard the argument of, well, eventually the lions will die out if they can hide forever. That's not the way it's gonna work, because lions are gonna reproduce still. So like there will always be lions. It's gonna be a standstill in that regard. So runs and hides means there is no effect on the battle. They are hindering Pokemon by running away. So Absol, yes, I was about to say this is Phoenix's favorite Pokemon. I love the design of Absol, and I kind of wish Mega Absol was being considered because it's so pretty. I just love that they give Absol wings and a cloth, and they're like, that's Mega Absol. Who joins the Lions. That would be... I could see that for, like, Pyroar. But this is the Disaster Pokemon. It's got Pressure and Super Luck. So, Super Luck, it's... What does Super Luck do? raises the ability bearer's critical hit ratio by 1 stage, so it makes it way easier to hit harder with its attacks. It's got really high attack, 130, 65 HP, 60 defense, basic special attack, special defense, and speed. Considering our lion stats, it's definitely not nearly as good. It is dark type, so that is, yeah, weak to the lions. So we'll see if Pokedex entry changes this one, but I'm thinking this is a few Pokemon, if anything. I'm gonna move myself over here so that I can actually read, because I've been having issues. Every time Absol appears before people, it is followed by a disaster such as an earthquake or a tidal wave. It has become known as the disaster Pokemon. It has the ability to foretell if natural disasters are coming. So Absol's absolutely freaking out before this battle happens, going, "There's a billion lions coming." He lives in harsh, rugged mountain environments, so with Abomasnow, very rarely ventures down. As a result, it was mistaken as a Doombringer. Senses, rumored to sense disasters. It fled, being a legendary herald. The lions are the disaster. I like this. It fled deep into the mountains, so that at least Absol doesn't die. He just runs and hides because he knows this disaster is coming. It appears from deep within the mountains to warn people. So there will be preparation. The Pokemon know this is going to happen. We know that Pokemon can communicate with each other. So Absol comes out, is like, guys, billion lions are coming. Get ready. And then runs and hides. The only thing unlucky about Absol is its appearance. It protects fields and warns people of disaster. Absol races through fields and mountains. Its curved bow-like horn is acutely sensitive to warning signs of natural disasters. So yeah, we're gonna it runs and hides. That will at least make my wife slightly happy, because it doesn't just die immediately, because that would be where it fits otherwise. What ability does it have? Leer, quick attack, double team, detect, taunt, slash. Yeah, so it has nothing that can deal any actual damage until level 55, and this Absol will not be level 55. A Celigor! We get bug type Pokemon, so this doesn't matter in the type matchups. Bug is just, it's flat. It's the shell out Pokemon. It's got terrible defense, okay HP, and attack, incredible speed. So it is fast, which, considering it's called Excel, like accelerate, I hope so. Also, this brings up a really interesting question. What kind of bug is this supposed to be? Like, is it something just coming out of like a cocoon? Because it's like the second evolution of Shelmet, who is very clearly like a snail of some sort. I don't know, and I don't know why it's bug type. I would almost look at this like a steel type Pokemon, but we're not arguing that. When his body dries out, it weakens. So to prevent dehydration, it wraps itself. A shrimp? Is a shrimp a bug? It wraps itself in many layers of thin membrane. Having removed its heavy shell, it becomes very light and can fight with ninja-like movements. So it wraps a membrane around itself for protection while it spits poison. I would say here's my argument. It kills one. The Pokemon that's eating it gets poisoned and dies. It's dying immediately. It can try to run, but a lion's gonna catch it, and it's gonna kill the one that eats it because of poison. So far in the A's, this is not looking good for the Pokemon. But we'll see. We'll see how this goes with, like, we have Shield and Blade form. I believe this could go either way. So considering that this is a battle, we will assume that this is Blade form, because you can find it either way. There isn't one that's more common than the other. Stance change. Oh, it can change in between. So it can be both. It can be Shield or Blade form. Cool. Incredible attack. Incredible special attack. Decent speed and HP. Defense and special defense are pretty low. So, which is weird considering it's literally has a shield. Why is its defense so bad? That's funny. Oh, what's its typing? Steel and Ghost. So it is... Hey, Rex, how you doing? Gotta hydrate. So, to catch Rex up, we have been discussing for majority of this stream so far, what a lion would be if a lion was a Pokemon. Does its defense change in shield form? We'll look into that in a moment. So we decided that these lions are going to be level 60. They're fighting normal type. They have decent stats. It's nice to be on. They have an unlimited amount of abilities to give them some sort of advantage, and then a decent amount of attacks based on what they can actually do. So we created this Pokedex entry so that it can be equal, and we're going through the Pokemon. We're going to get through the A's today, and we're going to see if the Pokemon could beat a billion lions, because that's apparently a really interesting question that's been going around on the internet. So this is Steel type, so it is going to be 2 times effective for the lions. The lions are going to be 2 times effective against it. In shield form, causes Aegislash to change into shield form when defensive move is used, or blade form when attack is used. So it looks like in... Oh, yeah, it has different stats in shield form. So 140 and 140. So it can be either. That's cool. This is Final Evolution for Honedge, Dual Blade, and Aegislash. I love that it goes from 1 blade to 2 blades to a blade and a shield for some reason. That's fantastic. Pokedex entries. Generations of kings were attended by these Pokemon, which use their spectral power to manipulate and control people and Pokemon. So this is interesting, because it can control whoever recognizes is destined to be king. This is like a leader, a general in the battle. In defensive stance, Aegislash uses its steel body and a force field of spectral power to reduce the damage of any attack. So if a lion's attacking it, it uses defensive move, it's protected. Because I don't think a lion can get through a force field. In blade form, it can cleave any opponent with the strength and weight of its steel blade. It is 116 pounds. Oh no. That is a lot of weight for a blade. An average, like, longsword is 20 pounds. If it's, like, made really well with heavy materials. So like on the high end, that's crazy. That's crazy. So it can cleave any opponent because it's 116 pounds. King with an Aegislash ruled over land. His Pokemon eventually drained him of life, and his kingdom fell with him. Fury Cutter, Iron Defense, Iron Head, King Shield, Metal Sound, Retaliate, Sacred Sword, Slash Sword Stance, Tackle, King Shield. So that is almost as much as the Dragon Slayer from Berserk. Yeah. So now here's the difficult part of this. It's got really good defense in defensive form. It can do incredible damage in blade form. And it's known as a leader and able to work with leaders. So I think this is like a general, almost one of those generals that's standing near the front of the line. I think this is a higher killing Pokemon. 1,000 plus? I'd almost put it at 10,000. Just because it has that defense of the force field and the shield. If it gets attacked, it has a way to escape. And when it needs to attack, it's got 116 pounds of steel to slice through the lions. Like, this is one of those Pokemon that, like, the Pokedex entry changes how you see it. Because if you look at the stats, base-wise, it's kind of even. But then you hear about what it can practically do based on the Pokedex entries. Aegislash has a lot. I'd be okay with 1,000 plus. I don't think it's anywhere near 1 million. Because that's just a lot. 1,000. Yeah, we'll do 1,000 plus. That's our first one that's in the yellow. So, too many attackers. Action Economy says once it gets attacked, it will get beaten down. But if it's in defense form, it doesn't really have a way to kill. That's true. So I think it's definitely, assuming a lot of luck, Aegislash is going to kill around the 1,000 mark. So, but definitely as a leader, it would help others to do better. Yeah, I agree with that. I like that. Aerodactyl, our first flying type Pokemon, and here's where we have to make a difficult decision, because we need to figure out when a flying Pokemon needs to land, and if a lion is going to be able to kill a flying Pokemon when it comes down to attack if it uses a physical attack. Flying type breaks the entirety of the billion lions, because there's a ton of flying Pokemon that their description just says they can fly forever. Which would mean that, again, it's stalemate. Lions and Pokemon would never do anything. So we have to make an assumption in order for the flying Pokemon to be taken out. So this is a rock flying type Pokemon. So rock is weak, but flying is strong against the lions. It is 130 pounds, and it's a 5'11" flying dragon, essentially. It's not a dragon. Pterodactyl. We'll say that. It's got decent stats. It's incredible speed, good attack, and then decent stats otherwise. So there's nothing that, like, makes it bad. It's a ferocious prehistoric Pokemon that goes... Pterodon. Yes. Right, Pterodactyl's not a thing. A ferocious prehistoric Pokemon that goes for the enemy's throat with its serrated, saw-like fangs. A savage Pokemon that died out in ancient times, but it was resurrected using DNA taken from amber. It appears to have flown by spreading its wings and gliding, so this one would definitely have to land. Shrieking high-pitched cries. Pokemon flew free. Is there anything? Its teeth are like saw blades, so sharp teeth. I feel like this is going to take out one or two before it has to land, and then it's going to get taken out. Like, I don't think this gets to 10. Probably a 1 in 100 chance of getting jumped when it goes to attack throats. Yeah, I would agree with that. Mega Aerodactyl, we're not doing any Mega forms, but it becomes Stone then. That would add to its difficulty. But like the only thing that we have is saw-like fangs that can shred skin to tatters. Even the skin of Steel-type Pokemon. Okay, so that's interesting. That's the only thing that is like changes this idea. It can shred skin that is steel. So it's going to be gliding. It'll have to come down into the battlefield. Lions are going to pounce on it, but it's going to be able to take out around 10 or so before it gets absolutely destroyed, because it has to land. If it was just a regular flying Pokemon, that would change it, but because it's specifically a gliding Pokemon, I don't think it's taking up much more than that. But yeah, if it hits, it's likely killing, but it'll get jumped eventually. So I think we just call it, it gets lucky, it gets 10 kills. It could also go with just getting 1 kill, but no matter what, it's getting some. So we'll be nice. We'll give it 10 kills. So as of right now, all of the Pokemon that we've done, the 6 Pokemon have killed 1,021 Pokemon, which is, that's not a lot when we're talking about 1 billion Pokemon. And we're coming to our first one where I legitimately think we're going to get close to 1 billion. Or not 1 billion, sorry. Close to 1 million kills. Because Aggron is pure armor. It's steel and rock type, so that does mean that is going to be 4 times at disadvantage against the Lions, because the Lions are strong against rock and steel. So that does factor into this, but it is 793 pounds of iron armor. It is 6'11", so it's bigger than the average human, and it's got sturdy and rockhead. Sturdy means that if something is attacking it, it can survive with 1 HP. If it's attacked at full HP with an attack, that would knock it out. So a 1-hit KO move would not knock it out. So that means no matter what, it's surviving a little bit in this battle. Rockhead protects the Pokemon from recoil damage, so it can't hurt itself. Yes, but make it a lizard with sharp claws. It is, Aggron's interesting. It's got 180 defense for base stats. It is surviving no matter what for a while. It doesn't have a ton of HP, and it is slow. So it is definitely going to get overwhelmed eventually, But that defense stat, we haven't seen a teal defense stat yet. It is so good with its defense that it's a different color, and its attack is really good as well. So this is where like Aegislash couldn't do both. Aggron can. Let's see what this is third evolution. Aeron and Lyron are also going to do decent, but because they're a lot smaller, I feel like the lions are going to overwhelm them a lot quicker. Aggron claims an entire mountain as its territory. It mercilessly beats up anything that violates its environment. Mercilessly beats up. I can say words. It's surprisingly protective. This Pokemon will haul topsoil to the area, plant trees, and beautifully restore its own territory. That's cute. It's an environmentalist. Mercilessly thrashes those who violate its space. It is just a barren armor. Its iron horns grew longer a little at a time. The gouges in its armor are worn as pride as mementos from battle. So it just fights a lot. So it has experience. While seeking iron for food, it digs tunnels through bedrock. Okay. Bedrock. How do I word this? How deep down? So it'd be like fighting a hippo. A hippo? Yes. Okay, so bedrock that lies under loose material within the crust of the earth. So how strong is bedrock, though? Oh, it's the stuff that's at the bottom. Oh, okay. So that's the stuff that when you're digging down, it's hard to dig through with a shovel. So it can dig tunnels with its steel horns through bedrock. Seeking iron for food. It eats iron? Oh no! The more wounds it has, the more it has battled, so don't take it lightly. Aggron is protective. Has a horn sharp enough to perforate thick iron sheets. It brings down its opponents by ramming into them horn first. Oh boy. So this is a Pokemon bulldozer, essentially. With extremely sharp horns that can easily crack bone. If it can dig through bedrock, it can split apart a lion. So this Pokemon is essentially just going to charge forward and just keep killing anything that gets in its way as it's moving. If the lions try to hit it, it can take a good amount of defense and it can dig down. I would argue that this is a million or a 10 million killer. I am open to hearing suggestions otherwise, because I do see that it is relatively slow and it doesn't have a ton of HP, but its defense stat is insane. And it can clearly get out even if it starts to get overwhelmed, because it can just dig down. It's 6'11", and it weighs 793 pounds, so it's like 3 times as heavy as a lion. Two times. 2 to 3 times. I'm willing to hear people out. This is complete bias here, one of my favorite Pokemon has been since this generation, but I am just approaching this from the descriptions in the Pokédex and its defense stat and attack stat. What are your opinions on this? I am open to hearing other opinions. These are the categories. It is definitely not under 100. It is 1,000 plus. What do we think? My daughter is just refusing to sleep. That is hilarious. We try. Mega Aggron would be even worse, but we're not including the Mega varieties because that would just break this even worse than it's going to be already. What are its attacks? Its egg group is monster. That's fantastic. It can do Harden, so it can boost its defense. Metaclaw, Rock Tomb, Tackle, Roar, Headbutt, Protect, Rock Slide. So like half of its abilities are to add defense to it. Iron Head, Metal Sound, take down. Automatize? I don't know what that is. Raises its user speed and reduces its weight. I don't think that would help actually. I think it wants the weight. So that it can just keep pushing through and killing people. I don't think we would put it any higher than a level 50. So like these attacks, even with those attacks, I think it's doing a lot. Chip damage it into oblivion with hit and run tactics. I would agree. I would say the 1,000,000. I would definitely say the 1,000,000. I can see the argument for 100,000, but it's just plowing through. And then if it needs to recover, it can just it has the escape tactics. So, I mean, eventually chip damage will take it out. So it's not going to solo wipe. We know that much. I would put it on the higher end. And even still, 1,000,000 is the minimum that a Pokemon needs to do in order to be able, it would depend on how much inertia it has. That's true. But if you've ever seen like a rhino moving while things are trying to attack it, it just doesn't care. It just keeps moving. And that is against lions. So like lion versus rhino. I think that's a good comparison.
Rhinos and lions are legit contenders for the throne when it comes to Africa's
Because this is essentially a rhino made of steel.
Defeat the buffalo since it is significantly more powerful. A young rhino decides to do it with its deadly horn.
Can we find a rhino charging? That is,
it looks like it's
why
the
are
end for
there
the weak
hippos
back
peeing?
into the water. Number 12. Rhino versus
Okay,
lion.
so here's some lions
This
and a
gives these
rhino.
sleeping lions an unexpected wake-up call.
They don't even
Boy,
care.
does it work. The
I was
felines
mostly
leap to their
thinking with the
feet and
shish
flee
kebab
without even
tactics
having
the
their
Pokemon
cereal.
uses.
As the sun is rising, this rhino
Oh yeah, because it would have to, but like it's gonna like ram in and shake off. So like it'll just keep walking through, and that's where like the lions are gonna hop on it for sure.
They
but
don't get
it's
too close
just
to the
gonna
horned
keep
beast, because
pressing
they know what's
on.
good for them.
I was really hoping to see like a lion jumping on a rhino.
Surge and section.
Okay,
This video
hold
is
on.
doing.
Rhino versus
Elephants are typically
elephant?
calm minds, but a musth period, which is characterized by a surge in sexual hormones, can swiftly change that. In a musth, elephants become exceedingly aggressive. The big cats, they run away. One
Yeah,
of the
look at
lions even has a
look at
limp.
the lion running
Some
away
report
from
one of the lions carries a prey in its mouth. I'm not sure whether it's a baby rhino or another animal, but the rhino scares the lion away to inspect the prey and then
Oh,
chases them
is
again.
this a video where the
The only
lion
thing I'm
gets
sure
just
about is these lions are
tossed
no
by the
match for
rhino? I've seen
These
that
rhinos
one
made a crowd of
before.
lions on the road. The lions were
Look at
relaxed
that
and
thing when it
don't bother with
moves.
aggressive rhinos as they continue
Like
their
that
strolling
is
in the park.
still moving
This rhino's not
slowly
intimidated one bit
for
by
its
these lions, and it
size,
just keeps running after them
but
to see if it can cause a little damage.
I would still want to avoid that.
Number 8.
Alright. So I think we'll put it at 1 million and just assume eventually it has to slow down and die. And we're gonna move from that to a Pokemon that's probably gonna die immediately. Apom! I love Apom's design, but this is a normal type tail Pokemon. It's 2'7", 25 pounds. Its ability is run away. Like, its ability is literally get out of there. Beaches, 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 beaches. Yes. Apom has lower than average stats for everything. But here's the thing, Pokedex entries. Its tail is so powerful that it can use it to grab a tree branch and hold itself up in the air. That's not that powerful. Definitely uses its tail for balance. Uses momentum to swing from one tail to its real hands have become rather clumsy. It lives atop tail. Like, it'll probably survive for a while, but it's gonna die. It's gonna die. For sure. And I don't think it's gonna be able to take out any Pokemon, or any lions. It searches for prey from the tops of trees. When it spots its favorite fruit, Bone Sweet. It eats Bone Sweets. That's funny. Yeah, this Pokemon has nothing going for it. Absolutely nothing. I am perfectly okay killing our first Pokemon and just, it's gone. I don't think anybody's gonna disagree. It has Tickle. Wait, does it actually? Did I miss? It's gonna tickle one to death. It does! What does Tickle even do? Lowers the target's attack and defense by 1 stage each. Great. So it's gonna tickle Pokemon, maybe make it a little bit more vulnerable for other Pokemon. It's dead. It is a monkey getting just obliterated by lions. It might survive for an hour or so. I doubt it. And we're gonna go from one extreme to another extreme again. Alakazam. Alakazam is the third evolution of Abracadabra and Alakazam. Abra just ran and hide. Alakazam is going to fight back. This is... what's higher than a general? I do not know army tactics. This is like second to the president. Like, this guy is controlling everything, making sure that even the most useless are being used as fodder in the beginning to slow down a couple. Is General top? Admiral? Yeah, whichever. It's 4'11", so it's like teenager sized. It's 105 pounds, so it doesn't weigh too much. but it floats in the air psychically. It's got incredible speed, incredible special attack, terrible attack, defense, and HP, but it's not going to be using physical attacks. Admiral is the Navy equivalent. Yeah, I think that's correct. I haven't really done much research into armies because I have too much Pokemon knowledge. But it's gonna be like way up there in telling people what to do, because its brain can outperform a supercomputer. Its IQ is said to be 5,000 on a scale of 250. 250 is the max that humans can have. This has an intelligence of 5,000, and IQ is exponential. It's not a flat line. As your IQ goes up, it is exponentially more than other people. So 5,000 is insane. Its brain cells multiply continually until it dies. As a result, it remembers everything. Closing both its eyes heightens its other senses. This enables it to use its abilities to their extremes. It never forgets what it learned, so even if a lion attacks it, it will learn from that mistake. It still has teleport, because it is Abra, just older Abra, so it can still get away if it needs to. Brain continually grows, making its head far too heavy to support with its neck, but it uses its psychokinetic power to hold up its head. So it's the poor horse under Radon. That Radon uses his gravity power to hold himself up. It is just smart. It smarts. It does not like physical attacks very much, so it freely uses extrasensory powers to defeat foes. While it has strong psychic, its muscles are very weak. What kind of range does its psychic abilities have? We'll see here. I'm just seeing if there's anything that specifically says its spoons clutched in its hands are said to have been created by its psychic powers. It can create things? That's interesting. Not that that's useful in a battle against a billion lions, but still. Anything you eat with a spoon is apparently delicious. Wields potent psychic powers. Our tests have shown that the strength of its psychic powers correlates positively to the weight of its head. So, confusion, kinesis. This is... What level does it... level 16, it goes to Kadabra. Typically, it'll be like level 30 to level 50 when you find an... Oh, except Legends Arceus had them at level 60. So this will be on par with Lions for level. Its psychic abilities, it's got Confusion, which is you need to be relatively close. Teleports, Psybeam attacks from a distance. Psycho Cut attacks from a distance. Psyshock attacks from a distance. Psychic literally just blows their mind. Like, literally. What is the description on Psychic? An attack, powerful psychic attack, strong telekinetics. Foe is hit by strong telekinetic force. So it's literally just a burst of force. Thinking about like Invisible Woman, this would be like her blast. So even if the lines get close, it has teleport, it has psychic. Psyshock literally shuts down the brain of the person that gets hit by it. Psycho Cut is like a blade of psychic energy, and Psybeam is a beam of psionic energy. It also has Future Sight, which means that it can predict if it's going to be attacked. Yeah, Future Sight deals damage but does not hit until 2 turns after the move is used. If the opponent switched Pokemon in the meantime, the new Pokemon gets hit, with their type and stats taken into account. So it attacks into the future. Yeah, I agree. This is... Oh, you didn't use comments. Is that 1 million? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, 1 million plus. I would argue to say this is 10 million. It can just avoid and keep killing. I would say a lion is going to get lucky. I don't think this is a solo wipe yet. I think it's close, because this is an incredibly smart Pokemon. It has really good evasiveness. It can just blast people with brain beams from a distance. But I think eventually with a billion lions, it will get taken out. The question is, 1 million, 10 million, or 100 million? And I would have a hard time accepting it killing 100 million. 10 million makes sense. 1 million seems low. It really does. Because, like, one Psycho Cut is going to blast through 1,000. And it can do that from range. So we'll put this in 10 million. It is making up for all of the other Pokemon down here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this is 10 times the amount that it needs to kill. So that's decent. At that point, something gets a lucky shot. Exactly. Yeah, that's where a lot of these... I can think of 3 Pokemon just off the top of my head that are going to be solo wipes. They're going to be able to kill all billion by themselves, and it's purely because their Pokedex entry is insane. One of which is Gardevoir. She can create black holes. She's going to solo wipe. But I definitely think most Pokemon eventually will get taken out, especially because Alakazam does have super low HP and super low defense. The water one with Groudon probably as well. Yeah. Kyogre is... Legendaries are so hard to account for because they are made to be incredibly powerful. Like, Groudon created all land. Kyogre created all water and controls all water. So, like, how do you even quantify that in a battle? And that's why every single one of these that I've seen, they always come out with the Pokemon lose. And I'm like, there's no fathomable way. Yeah, Flap have a Noah level flood. There's no fathomable way that the Pokemon lose, unless you make insane concessions. The one video that I watched, the guy argued that the god of all Pokemon was beaten by a kid in Legends Arceus, and because of that, it's proof that it's gonna die to lions. And it's like, it was caught inside of a mystical ball that is specifically made to catch that type of animal. That's the only reason it lost. It didn't die to the kid. In fact, the kid, it's a hard boss fight. The kid dies a lot in that fight. But that's neither here nor there. Alakazam, 10 million. Alcremie dies immediately. It's literally dessert. Like, I love that we're flip-flopping back and forth between an incredibly powerful and just one that dies right away. Yeah, it's a snack. It's a fairy type Pokemon, so fairy is strong against lions, so it might be able to do one. But its ability is literally it makes itself sweeter. It's 1.1 pounds and it's a foot tall. Like it's literally just a walking snack. The moment it evolved, it took on a bitter flavor. Oh, interesting. It's not sweet. It's bitter. The cells that compose its cream fluctuated suddenly during evolution, giving the cream a bitter flavor. Cool. But then you can add flavor to it, and each one that you add flavor to, it doesn't matter. We're not adding flavor because there's not going to be a trainer to add the stuff and spin around in a circle in order to evolve it, which is literally how you evolve this. It's going to fuel the lions for the rest of the... It will fuel a lion. It's 1 foot tall. One lion is dying. What's up? Yeah, he went under there. Hi, buddy. Do you agree with Alakazam?
Yes.
Yeah. And El Creamy is a snack. We had a wild 100,000 kilocalorie missiles. Yes. But this is, yeah. Milcery, when we eventually get to Milcery, is the same thing. Al Creamy, 100% dies instantly. It doesn't even run and hide. It's like, come eat me! Like, it wants to be eaten. It is literally served in Pokemon as a dessert. Like, they don't do that with anything else. Alomomola. Alomomola is our first water type. Our first one that's going to have to be in a lake or the ocean. It has Healer, and it has Regenerator, so it has some lasting potential. It can heal itself. It's got incredibly high HP. Wow! Huh. I did not know that. But pretty middling to terrible other stats. It is just pure water type. Just pure water type. Doesn't evolve. It's got a special membrane enveloping Alomomola that has the ability to heal wounds. Floating in the open sea is how they live. When they find a wounded Pokemon, they embrace it and bring it to shore. Hey, we got a medic! Okay, so this is interesting. I didn't know that it could heal. I knew it could heal itself, but I didn't think it healed others. Gently holds injured and weak Pokemon in its fins. Its special membrane heals their wounds. I was gonna say I might have been misreading, but that's very clear. It's a medic. That's cool. Okay. He uses its special mucus. Yum. Fishermen take them along because there's no need for a doctor or medicine. The reason it helps Pokemon is that any Pokemon coming after them may also attack Alomomola. Cool. I think I'm actually going to add a weird extra row here for medic. Because I feel like it's just going to stay back, and if a Pokemon is hurting, it's going to heal it. It's going to keep Aggron, it's going to keep Alakazam in better health. Meaning that they can survive for longer. So, I didn't think we were going to have a medic, obviously, by the fact that I just added it. But hey, would probably want to heal both sides. It just wants to live. I do feel like that it's a mediator. Like, it will heal some of the lions. I don't think enough to matter, but I don't think the lions are going to eat it because of it's just generally helpful to both sides. Lions are very known for the beneficial animals around them, keeping them specifically alive to be beneficial for them. That's why meerkats and lions work together. So that's, I think Abomasnow is our first one that doesn't run and hide and doesn't die immediately, but also doesn't kill anything. It just heals others. Altaria. Altaria is dragon and flying. It looks like a bird, but it is a dragon. It's 45 pounds, 3'7". It has natural cure. What is natural cure to? All status problems heal when it switches out. Well, it's not going to switch out, so that does nothing. Is Happy Cloud. Yes, he's very Happy Cloud. I love Swablu and Altaria. They are so cute. I unfortunately think they're going to die, unless there is something in their Pokedex entry. They've got pretty middling stats, just across the board. They evolve at level 35. Altaria dances and wheels through the sky among billowing clouds by singing melodies in its crystal clear voice. This Pokemon makes its listeners experience dreamy wonderment. It sings in a gorgeous soprano, catches updrafts with its buoyant wings, soars way up into the wild blue yonder. So this is like the drummer in an army that is there for intimidation, except this isn't intimidating at all. It's just up there singing away. It doesn't have anything attacking. So like, I think this is just runs and hides. It just flies in a calm and relaxed manner above the battlefield, just giving background music. It has a kind disposition, but if it's provoked, it will threaten opponents with shrill cries before attacking them without mercy. So, like, it gives them warnings, but, like, I don't think it's actually going... It's just Happy Cloud. It's just Happy Cloud. Do we have any arguments for it killing anything? Because if not, I think it runs and hides. Runs and hides / provides soundtrack. So I think we're gonna go not through all the A's. I think we'll go through the A's that I have on tap, just because it's already getting late, and I've got to call it at some time. So Altaria, provides soundtrack, runs and hides. Amora. So Amora is by far my favorite Pokemon, and it makes me so sad because Amora only has 2 cards total in the Pokemon TCG. It's a Rock Ice type, so it's going to be 4 times weak. Yeah, Rock Ice. 4 times weak to Lions. It's 4'3", 55 pounds. It's got Refrigerate. It's got terrible stats. I don't want to say this, but I think Amora might just die immediately. Where there were no violent predators. Oh no! It doesn't even know how to avoid them. Oh! Instead, when Amora whinnies, auroras appear in the night sky. So it's just adding a little bit of environment to Altaria's soundtrack before it dies immediately. I feel so bad. This is one of my favorite Pokemon, and it's just dead. There's no chance for it. Ambipom. Let's see here. Normal type, 3'11". It is rip and tear. Yes. I think this is another dies immediately without getting too into the stats yet, but we'll see. It definitely shucks nuts with its tooth. Shucks nuts. It rarely uses its arms now. They work in colonies, making rings. Their tails are so adept at handling and doing things, it rarely uses its hands. It's very difficult to dodge the consecutive strikes of its two tails. This one doesn't have anything saying that it's gonna avoid. It doesn't have incredible. I think it gets lucky and gets one hit off on a lion and takes one out. If we're being really nice to Ambipom. I doubt it, but we'll give it a lucky one kill. Because it does have decent attack, and it does specify in the Pokedex entries that it can deal damage if it gets going. So it'll punch out one one lion before it just gets utterly obliterated. Amoonguss. This is the venting Pokemon. Actually, it's the mushroom grass poison type. 23 pounds, 2 foot tall. Got effect spores, so it can definitely poison. That'll be the lion that slings to the healer. Oh no! So Ambipom's only injury immediately gets healed by a Alomomola. You know what? I love that. I'm moving it down to dies immediately with it doesn't even get the one kill. Alright, so Among Us, poison type, grass type, it's fairly small. It does not have any movement whatsoever. So it's going to get taken out. It's sus. Lures prey close by dancing and waving its arm caps, which resemble Pokeballs. They show off their Pokeballs to lure prey. Very few Pokemon are fooled by this. Oh no! It moves the caps on both arms and dances to lure prey. It prefers damp places. Pokemon puffs poisonous spores at its foes. If the spores aren't washed off quickly, they'll grow into mushrooms wherever they land. Be wary of the poisonous spores it releases. Mushrooms resembling Among Us caps will grow out of anywhere the spores touch. I feel like, just like our other poison types, this is going to kill one Pokemon, the one that is unfortunate enough to eat it. Yeah. Kills one. So we are officially past the 10 mark. So these guys are doing nothing. We do have our two powerful ones. Let's see if we get any more powerful ones. Ampharos. Ampharos is 4'7". So again, teenager sized, 135 pounds, teenager weight. It's got static, which I believe paralyzes anything that hits it with a physical. But our lions are immune to being paralyzed because they have limber. So static doesn't matter. Low speed, decent attack, and special defense, low attack and defense. It is the final evolution, so typically the Pokedex entries are crazy for final evolutions. So let's see. The tail's tip shines brightly and can be seen from far away. It acts as a beacon for lost people. No. This is gonna die immediately. When it gets dark, the light from its bright, shiny tail can be seen far away on the ocean's surface. So it's a lighthouse. It gives so much light that it can be seen from space. Okay, maybe it blinds a few lions, but that's it. Used to light to send signals back and forth with others far away. So like it's bright enough that you can see it from space, but not bright enough that the people use them for... Interesting. When it gets dark, the light can be seen on the ocean surface. So yeah, it does have some dragon moves. What is its type? Oh, it's just pure electric. I think this is maybe a kills 1. Kills 1 or kills 10, if we're being nice to it. Yeah, we'll be nice. We'll be nice and give it 10. I mean, it's blinding people, and it has some dragon, some electric type moves. So, like, it can deal some damage, but we'll put it in kills 10. Lighting spreads. That is true. Annihilate. So, Annihilate, I think, might be a high up there. It's fighting ghost type, so our lions can hit it. For anybody who has come in late, the lions, we specifically gave them odor sleuth. With their nose, they can smell ghosts and hit ghosts. That is specifically to make it possible for ghosts to be hit, because otherwise lions are screwed. This is the Rage Monkey Pokemon. It's 3'11", 123.5 pounds. And since you don't have later generation Pokemon, this is the final evolution of Mankey and Primate. When Primate uses Rage Fist 20 times, it becomes Undead Rage Ape. When its anger rose beyond a critical point, this Pokemon gained power that is unfettered by the limits of its physical body. It imbues its fist with the power of the rage that kept hidden in its heart. Opponents struck by these imbued fists will be shattered to their core. It's got high stats too on everything but special attack. This is a Pokemon that's gonna walk up and just punch a lion and it's going to be a puddle of blood. So it's definitely killing Pokemon. How many before it gets taken? It's not that big. 3'11" is like a 10-year-old height. 123 pounds is a little bit heavy. Fist to the North Star. Yes. Yeah, exactly. This is the epitome of a glass tank. Or, yeah. It can only take one hit, but it can do massive damage. 100 to 1,000? Yeah, you know what? I think that's... We'll give it 1,000. Just because 1,000 is being nice. I think it would definitely kill more than 100, so I would say it's around the 1,000 mark. Being a ghost, it has that advantage of being able to ghost things, but eventually it's still gonna die. This is... Yeah, anything it hits dies, but there's a lot of enemies. Yeah, exactly. It's One Punch Man. If One Punch Man got killed in just a few hits. Wait a minute. Sorry if I'm asking the obvious, but wouldn't literally any ghost type full clear all of them since normal attacks can affect it? So yeah, we talked about this. So we created Pokedex entry for lions so that it is a Pokemon we can put them up. Lions are fighting normal type. They have decent stats, and when we went through, they have incredible noses. So we gave them Odor Sleuth, which can hit ghosts, and then we also gave them Feint Attack and Fury Swipes, which are Dark type, which can hit ghosts. So there are attacks that can hit ghosts, and Lick. Yes, thank you. Lick also can hit ghosts because Lick is a ghost type move. So it has abilities to hit ghosts. I would say that's the only reason that it could kill 1,000 is because it would take a little bit more focused effort on the lions to kill it. But it could definitely do it. Oh, we're gonna get into Pokemon that can use Earthquake. So, for instance, a few of our Pokemon that have already killed more than their fair share, every Pokemon, there's 1,025, needs to kill just under 1 million Pokemon each. Alakazam killed 10 million, and Aggron killed 1 million by itself. The rest of these are pretty basic, and they're in the very low. And Alomomola heals both sides, because that's just what it says in its Pokedex entries. So we're approaching this from the perspective of looking at their abilities, looking at their Pokedex entries, looking at their attack, defense, their typing, everything like that, and seeing against a fairly overpowered lion if it will survive against 1 billion lions. And so far, we haven't got any that are solo wipe or 100 million kills. I personally believe that there will be some that are going to be up that high, especially when we get into the Pokemon that can use Earthquake. We didn't even talk about the fact that Aggron can use Earthquake. Just the fact that it can plow through and shred any lion it comes into contact with, we already put it up, killing 1 million. So, like, we're trying to consider pretty much everything. That's where, like, there isn't... Perhaps... We've been talking about Gardevoir. Gardevoir, I have 100% said is a solo wipe. I have explained I do have bias in this. I am trying my best not to let that bias come out, but I fully believe Pokemon just outright win. But it's fun to go through and see which ones are going to do better and which ones aren't. 100% Gardevoir is one of those that it's going to wipe because it can create black holes. Annihilate, mainly because it's ghost type, kills 1,000. Anorith. So Anorith is a rock bug type. It's an old shrimp. I don't know what about this design says shrimp, but sure. It's 2'4", so it's bigger than I thought. Pokemon made of lava, essentially those Pokemon like Magcargo, Camerupt, Heatran, stuff like that. When it comes to 1 billion lions, eventually it will get overtaken purely by just mass amounts of people. They're going to take out a ton of the lions, but they will eventually fall. I don't think they solo wipe, even though some of them are definitely going to kill mass amounts before the Pokemon even get close because they're so hot. But we'll get there. When we get there, we're going alphabetically, so we've made it through from, what was the first one that we did? Abomasnow was the beginning, and we're just slowly moving through the alphabet, and then Caterpie with a cowboy hat with full wipe. I would love to see that. Ziggurat's the end. That's going to be a couple of streams down the line. We're trying to get through half of the A Pokemon today, and we created the Pokedex entry for the Lions. That's what we're doing. So, Shuckle. No, let's be honest, Bidoof. Bidoof is... Bidoof. Bidoof solos. So, it does have Battle Armor. Battle Armor prevents the Pokemon from receiving your critical hit. So that means that one Lion can't just outright kill it. It's got pretty terrible attacks, or stats. Its attack is higher, but everything else is well below average. Armaldo's gonna do a lot when Armaldo comes up, but it was regenerated from a fossil. Primitive Pokemon once lived in the warm seas. It grips its prey firmly between its two large claws. I think this might be just a one kill. It's got 8 wings on its side, but it swims, it doesn't fly. It uses its claws to catch prey. Lived in the sea and hunts with claws. It's 8 feet, transformed into wings. Interesting. Oh, that's how it's a shrimp. Do all the Pokemon fight on land? So our terrain that we have for this battle, we assume there's a couple of trees, there's grassy fields mainly, and it's an infinite battlefield because, as I explained, 1 billion lions would fill up all of Africa, Asia, Europe, and Australia. Because 1 billion lions is just that many lions. So we're assuming an infinite battlefield. There are lakes, there are oceans, there are trees, a couple of mountains. So essentially there is a variable of environments so that Pokemon can survive. Water type Pokemon aren't just immediately killed because there's no water. We try to think about these kinds of things. Just like with flying type Pokemon, we have to assume eventually they're going to land unless it's otherwise stated. And that's where we have a specific category for runs and hides, or in Alteria's case, provides the soundtrack. That is the other thing. We're not doing Z moves, Dynamax, Gigantamax, Prismatics, anything that is extra or specific to one region, mostly because, one, that would just completely ruin this. Mega Evolution is the other one that we're not touching. We're just doing base Pokemon, base forms, and just seeing on a normal battlefield, normal conditions, would the Pokemon win? The answer is yes, but how many is essentially the question. I think Anorith isn't going to kill anything. It's got Fury Cutter, it's got Smackdown. It can do well, but would Focus Sash Shedinja. Would it be able to get a shot off before its absolutely terrible defense and HP it gets eaten right away? I think it'll run and hide for a little bit, but eventually, with 1 billion lions, it's going to get unlucky. I honestly couldn't give Anorith more than 1, and I don't think it even gets the 1. It's got nothing that could kill. I honestly don't see anything that's going to be able to beat, an 107 in defense, 117 HP. It would take multiple attacks from an Anorith to even injure a lion. I definitely think it would have... It would last longer than a lot of Pokemon. It can make a lucky kill because it's made of rock. so it doesn't immediately stick out to lions. Unfortunately, that almost makes it worse because it's fighting. The lions are fighting normal type. It's strong against rock, so that would actually make it more vulnerable. And there's shrimp. Shrimp smell, no matter what. That does add to this. It's the old shrimp Pokemon. So even though it's a rock type, I think it's just gonna die. It's gonna last for a while, but it will die eventually. Appleton. We have another dessert. So when we went through El Creamy, 100% it's just dessert. Appleton is, however, a grass dragon type. So while it might be a dessert, it might be able to fight back. It's also only 1'4". My toddler is already taller than Appleton. My voice is a bit too loud. Like in real life or through the stream? Okay, good to know. I will keep it down. I've seen cats bigger. Yes, there are definitely cats that are bigger. Our cat's bigger. 28.7 pounds. Decent. Let me just boost this a little bit so that I can talk. Oh. Just apologize. I feel bad. But I can definitely keep it down. And we're nearly through anyways. Dragon Grass type, so 110 HP, special attack of 100. It's very low speed stats, so it's not even going to be able to run away. Eating a sweet apple caused its evolution. Nectar scent wafts from its body. Oh, okay. It's good to know, but we'll definitely gotta keep that in mind. I know my voice carries, so if anything, I can always go ASMR mode. Get nice and close. Luring in the bug Pokemon that it preys on. Well, unfortunately, lions are not bugs. The skin on his back is especially yummy. Children used to have it as a snack. When some Lechonk come along to lick the sweet nectar on Appleton's back, Appleton will spew sticky nectar at them to drive them away. So I mean, it's gonna have some fighting back, but like it doesn't have a really good attack move, and I'll stomp, bullet seed. She says you have a great teaching voice. I do, but still, I know that I need to be good for our landlords and not be too loud. I think this is kills one if it gets lucky, or it chokes on it because it's a dragon and not just an apple pie. If it gets one, we'll be nice. We'll let it get one. Applin is obviously going to get even less. It is 8 inches tall. Oh, 8. It is so small. 0.2 meters, 1.1 pounds. It's got ripened gluttony. It's got no stats, no way to get away, no speed. It spends its entire life inside an apple. It hides from natural enemies, bird Pokemon, by pretending that it's just an apple. As soon as it's born, it burrows into an apple, and it serves as its food source, but the flavor of the fruit determines its evolution. So, it has astonishing withdrawal. Oh, that's so sad. Poor little Applin dies immediately. It is We're gonna put Appleton right beside Alcremie because they're the snack Pokemon, which is absolutely fantastic. Araquanid. Araquanid might actually do some damage. It's pretty big. It's a water bug type. It's 5'11", so it's male size. Now we gotta do Whisper ASMR. Arbok. Yeah, he's a big boy. Sneaky snack boy. I don't think I could do full on ASMR, but yes, I do see. Just add that to my tags, ASMR. Water bubble, water absorbs, so it can stay alive outside of the water. If it touches water, it's got high special defense, high-ish defense, low special attack and speed. It delivers headbutts with the water bubble on its head. Small Pokemon get sucked into the bubble where they drown. Unfortunately, lions are not small Pokemon. It cares for others. If it finds vulnerable, weak Pokemon, it protectively brings them into its water bubble and then drowns them. Usually passes its time in the water. When its belly is full, it stores its subdued prey in the water bubble on its head. It has a habit of storing things that it values inside of the water bubble. If its trainer doesn't watch out, Araquanid will try to put it in this bubble. Oh no! It launches water bubbles with its legs, drowning prey within the bubbles. Huh. Putting them inside its bubble and letting them eat any leftover food. Huh. So I think that this Pokemon definitely takes out 1, maybe 10. This is definitely not a high killer, but I definitely think it has some survivability. So we'll be nice to it and give it 10 kills. It drowns 10 people before before it decides that it's done and wants to take care of the poor little Pokemon that are down here underneath of it. Arbok. Our sneaky, yeah, he's a big boy. Sneaky snack. Poison type. So immediately, I think all poison types, we're just immediately going to give them at least 1 kill because they can poison. Even though in this case it would be venomous, not poisonous. But it is 11'6". Oh my goodness, that's double the height of a human. Arboks are massive. I did not know that. They're not heavy comparatively. 143 pounds for 11'6" is a weird weight differential. But like, no wonder they have Intimidate. They're 11'6". Standard Amazon snack. I think that's bigger than anacondas. Now the question is this, like, if you strung him out totally, is that 11'6", or is it from his coiled form, just what is, like, is it just this section that's 11'6", or is it tail to head 11'6"? I think it's the second one, which would put him about 6 foot coiled. Yeah, long probably. It's hard to tell because Pokemon does it differently for every Pokemon. So some of them are like that, some of them aren't. But even still, it's standing well above a human. And that's terrifying. It's got really good attack, but middling stats otherwise. It's rumored that the ferocious warnings on its belly differ from area to area? There are 6 variations. Thank you so much for following, Bear of Cups. I am going to be doing this once a week, probably on Mondays, continuing through this because this is tons of fun. Transiting prey. But thank you so much for following. I appreciate you. It binds and poisons the frightened victim. Very vengeful nature. It won't give up the chase, no matter how far once its target is prey. To intimidate its foe, it spreads its chest wide and makes an eerie sound. Is terrifically strong in order to constrict things with its body. It can even flatten steel oil drums. Once Arbok wraps its body around foe, escaping its crunching embrace is impossible. The pattern on its belly appears to be a threatening face. Terrifically strong constricting power. Can even flatten steel oil drums. So it says that more than once. So that's a lot. Oh no, not now though, because our landlords are sleeping, and it's really hard to sing quietly. Save it for next stream. Make me sing again, but just not now. Very vengeful nature. It won't give up chase. It looks like all of these are pretty much the same. Oh, except it went up to 20 possible arrangements for the patterns on its stomach. Ooh, woohoo. Oh, and this is, yeah, older Pokedex, so it went back to 6 for Let's Go Pikachu. Constricts foes while they're frozen in fear. So it's gonna get a few kills. It's got Bite, Fangs, Poison Sting, Thunder Fangs, Wrap, Glare, Acid, Spit Up, Swallow. It probably wouldn't be much more than like a 27 to 32. So like, we'll give it Acid Spray and give it 10 kills. Because I don't know. You know, it's really funny, that's the songs I thought you were going to suggest, and I'm like, please, no. If I was living in a place where we didn't have neighbors I cared about, like, we like our upstairs neighbors, so we're trying to be nice, but it's, yeah. What do we think? Do we think it kills 100? Or a monster? Yeah, or Storm. Storm would be very bad. Because that whole song is Storm. Phoenix, I haven't heard from you in a while. What would you think? 10 or 100? I don't think it's much. Like, it won't kill 1,000. It doesn't have, like, constricting to deal, that takes time. And yes, they can crush steel drums, but that takes time. I don't even know if Phoenix is still watching. Thank you. My secondary wife has given me an answer. Oh, Milo has been Milo. Arbok. The main thing with it is it can constrict a steel drum, but other than that, it's relatively middling for everything. It's got high attack, but nothing really. Interesting that it's under the Dragon Egg group. That's weird, because it's a poison type. Bandier said 10. I think I agree. It's either 10 or 100. 10, yeah. Perfect. Alright. We have 5 Pokemon left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 Pokemon left. Arboliva. This is... I'm secondary wife. I'm okay with this. I'll be honest, you are one of many. I think if I were to number them, I would get into much trouble. I love Arboliva so much from a design standpoint. It's so cool that they did an olive tree. She's so pretty. Grass and normal, 4'7", so teenager sized, 106 pounds. Hey, now don't cheat on your former work boyfriend. That's why I said I have many, because yes, Nate would be very mad at me. But he also knows we're in an open relationship. Grass type, really good special attack. So special attack typically means from a distance, so it'll be able to take out a few before the lions get to it. This calm Pokemon is very compassionate. It shares its delicious, nutrient-rich oil with weakened Pokemon. I think we have another medic. It's got low speed. It drives enemies back by launching its rich aromatic oil with them, with enough force to smash a boulder. Never mind, it's getting at least a kill. It has boulder crushing olives that it can fire from a distance. It is a mortar. The question is, how many? If we go specifically by the olives that are on its branches, it's got 6. And enough damage to crush a boulder would kill like 2 to 3. So let's say 10. I could go with 100, because it is a tree. It's not a tree though. It's an olive bush. Olive tree? Olive tree. It is a tree. Yeah. I'd be okay with 100. Yeah, it wouldn't be more than 100. It would definitely be more than 1 purely because Smash is a boulder. Like, I was so willing to just, like, put this in Medic and be okay with it, and then I read that, and this is where Pokedex entries are insane. Like, why would you give the olive tree Pokemon smashing a boulder? We'll put in 100. I'm okay with that. I love Arboliva, and it'll be our first kills 100. Hey, we are slowly filling this thing up. I'm actually kind of surprised at the range that we're getting. Okay, Arcanine. Arcanine's gonna kill a lot. Let's be completely honest about this. It is a fire-type Pokemon. Its species is legendary, so it's a pseudo-legendary, which means a lot. It's 6'3". That is an inch shorter than me. That's terrifying, and it's only 10 pounds lighter than me, which is even more terrifying. It's got Flash Fire, so it can't be damaged by fire. It's got Intimidate, so it's going to lower the attack of the enemies just by being there, because it's a 6'3" lion. Oh, and it's got incredible stats. It's faster than normal. It's got good attack, decent HP, okay defense and special defense. Wow. And we could talk about Hisuian, but we're just going basic Arcanine for this one. Pokemon has been admired for its beauty. It runs agilely as if on wings, so it's incredibly swift. Many people are charmed in China. Hold on. China? Just China exists in the world of Pokemon? Hold on. What? All of the other places have different names, but China exists as China? Okay. Charmed by its grace and beauty while it's running. Enchanted by its grand mane. Magnificent bark conveys a sense of majesty. Is capable of running over 6,200 miles in a single day and night. Okay, hold on. We gotta do some math here. Calculator. So, a day and night is 24 hours. So, yeah, we would literally, wow. We're just doing 6,200. Oops. 6,200 divided by 24 hours is running at 258 miles per hour. Oh no, that's so fast. The fire that blazes wildly within this Pokemon body is its source of its power. So it's just a locomotive. Said to race at unbelievable speeds. Yeah, nearly 258 miles per hour. Miles per hour. That's so crazy. For us Canadians, that's like 340 kilometers per hour. Dang. And it makes people very happy. Runs agilely. Does it do any massive damage though? Legends tell of it fighting alongside a general and conquering a whole country. Oh, okay. Its proud and regal appearance. So it's got agility, bite, crunch, ember, fire fang, flame wheel, flare blitz. So flare blitz is from a distance. All the rest of these, flamethrower at level 5. Oh no. So this is taking out a decent swath. It literally is a 258 mile per hour flamethrower. I'm thinking we have a green. Especially stats wise. We're looking very good stats. It's got lasting power. It is. I love how it runs that fast, but it's only 95 for speed, which doesn't make too much sense. But speed is kind of like agility, not their actual like movement speed. So it's still incredibly fast. It just doesn't turn that quickly. Extreme speed. What do we think? What do we think for this? It's a 250 mile per hour flamethrower. Like, no matter what, that is killing a lot. It can run away, it's got decent HP, it's got incredible attack. 10,000? Yeah, I'd be okay with that. I feel like that might be a little low, but also it doesn't have anything like major that will kill a lot. Because flamethrowers just in and of themselves, that is the most impressive thing that it can do, other than run fast. What was the bulldozer at? 1 million. We put Aggron at 1 million. And I do feel like it would be less. I would be okay with 100,000. Not quite 1 million. Because I just feel like 1 million is a lot for a really fast flamethrower. 100,000, yeah, agreed. And as always, for anyone who has been popping in and out, if you have other opinions, please let me know. I'd love to see what other people think about this, because so far I think this is fair. Alright, we have 4 more Pokemon, and I'm going to leave Arceus for the end, because there's a lot to discuss. So, Archaludon, Steel Dragon type Pokemon. So, Steel is weak. It's 6'7", so taller than an average human. It only weighs 132 pounds. For a literal Steel Dragon bridge, how is it only 123 pounds? Its evolution literally turns it into a bridge. Or not its evolution, it has a special form that turns it into a bridge. Does it have that on here? It doesn't have it on here. But when it uses, what ability is it? Steel Beam? No. Electric Shot. That's what it is. Images. There it is. So yeah, it literally turns it into a bridge and then fires out a beam of electrical energy. So like it's gonna kill a lot. It is weak being Steel type, but it also has the Dragon type, so it's gonna be like, it's only 2 times weak. Railgun Bridge, yes, literally. It's also got Stamina and Sturdy and Stalwart, which means it's got lasting power. And these are its stats: above average defense and special attack, better attack and HP, and lower special defense, and just lower than average speed. So it's going to do some work. Where are its Pokedex entries? Hello? Do you have Pokedex entries? Is it new enough that it doesn't have it on Pokemon Database? Because it was just added in the last DLC for Scarlet and Violet. This is the first time we're having to go outside of Pokemon DB. No, let's go Cerebi. Cerebi is gonna have it. Oh, its shiny's actually kind of okay. It gathers static electricities from its surroundings. The beams it launches when down on all fours are tremendously powerful. It digs holes in mountains searching for food. It's so durable that being caught in a cave-in won't phase it. Electroshock. So, for a note, the most powerful moves in the game are about 120 attack. This is 130 for its railgun. So, like, Hyper Beam is 120. Electroshock does more than that. It takes a bit to load up, but I think 100%. When it fires this, it's going to do a straight line through all of the Pokemon, and it's going to kill a lot. I would put this over 1 million because it's literally everything that it talks about it is the fact that it's defensive, and when it attacks, it kills a lot. 100,000 or a million? Equivalent to bulldozer? Yeah, I would say a million. I would 100% agree with that. A literal bridge is going to kill the same as a bulldozer. Alright. Our last two are last two and then Arceus, are two flying type Pokemon. The first bird Pokemon, Rock and Flying. So Rock again is weak to the lions. Flying is strong. So this is, it's got a high attack. They were unable to fly and moved about. Oh no, I thought it was going to have the flying things. Looks like a snack that sings about coconuts. I've got the lucky pair of coconuts, all of them sitting in a row. Yes, it is Iago, let's be honest. I am seeing a dies immediately. Because it's a flying type Pokemon that is unable to fly. Look, how is it a flying Pokemon? It falls with style. Yeah, it dies instantly. It doesn't even have the ability to run away because it hops. However, when it evolves, it turns into Archeops. 4'7", 70 pounds. Really high attack. So it might take a few out. From the ground, they use a running start to take flight, so it does fly, but it's a road runner. It runs better than it flies. Defeatist? Does it have Defeatist? Oh no. Oh. Defeatist, when the HP of a Pokemon Defeatist falls below 50, its attack and special attack are halved. So as soon as it takes damage from some of the lions, it gets worse. So definitely keep that in mind. They're intelligent and cooperate to catch prey, so they'll work with others. I think we'll get like 10 kills out of this. Tend to run along the ground, averaging speeds of roughly 25 miles per hour. So it is definitely slower than a lion. I would say 10. If that. 1 to 10. I would say, like, it has ancient power, so it can throw rocks at a distance. It's also got dragon breath, so we'll give it 10. We'll be nice. All right. So finally, I personally, I think this is obvious. Arceus. Arceus can be any type, depending on which plate it has. It is the alpha Pokemon. It is 10'6", 705 pounds. It can be any type, like I said. All of its stats are 120. And it is the Pokemon that shaped the universe with 1,000 arms. It is told that this Pokemon was born before the universe existed. It emerged from an egg in a place where there was nothing and then shaped the world. It didn't create Pokemon, interestingly, but it did shape the world. It is the heavenly font from which pours the light that shines across Hisui. Its luminance guides and protects all Pokemon. Hisuian mythology states that Arceus is the creator of all things. So, like, the fact that it has cosmic power, which is a psychic type move that raises defense and special defense, not only is it going to be able to kill everything because it can create anything? But it also has the ability to raise the defense of others, meaning that our big boys that are already killing a lot have more lasting power because Arceus is on the battlefield. So, like, I think there is, if we're being, like, not 100 million minimum, if it bleeds, we can kill it. That's the thing, is you can feint an Arceus. There are Pokemon that when you get the killing shot on it, it will not let you kill it. Terapagos is like that. When the killing shot goes off, it goes to a cutscene and you see that you didn't kill it. Arceus, in game, you can fight and feint. So there is a potential that a group of lions gets incredibly lucky and takes it out. In that, there is the argument that he might not solo wipe. But he can also create anything. He is the creator of all things. He fashioned the world. And he can be any type. So he can be ghost if he needs to be. He can be dark. He can be flying. He can be fire. He can be water. He can be electric. I think solo wipe. Which is a fantastic way to end our first stream on Pokemon versus a Billion Lions, is right away, within the first 24 Pokemon, we have one that's going to do it alone. And even if we are being absolutely mean and trying our best to give any explanation, it's still killing 100 million, which is so many that it's unfathomable. So, I am a Kevin. I must always be the goof. And we're also at exactly the 5-hour mark of this stream. Thank you so much, Bandir, for being here this entire time, and anybody else who showed up. I am super glad. I am going to be posting this actually to my YouTube channel and keeping this as a consistent thing. Phoenix is definitely the one who streams on Wednesdays. I just wanted to do it today because I missed Monday, but I am aiming for Mondays to be my streaming day. I'm going to be aiming to do like a 7 to 11 kind of stream, keeping it around the 4-hour mark. I knew this one was going to be longer because we had to do the baseline for lion and what a lion is, but yeah, I am so glad that everybody was able to join in when they did, and it has been, yes, I'm glad you streamed today, but I'm missing my stream. Yeah, so I think Monday is going to be that day that works the best for me to do it, and I've been really trying to have nothing on Mondays, so there's no reason that I couldn't, and I'm super excited to keep this going. I want to see what other insanity comes from this. Some of this discussion was way better than I expected. I was not expecting some of the Pokemon to get as high as they did. Some of them, Alomomola being a medic is just so funny to me because I did not realize that any of them could be like that. And so I'm so excited, and we will raid out, bring some joy to somebody else, and that is it for this stream. Thank you so much for joining in and for being so active, Bandir. That was, you are fantastic. A little one just came out to get their Pokemon card. Oh, that's adorable. Alright, with that, good night everyone, and we we are going to rate it, so just stick around at least until we get in and say hi. So it looks like Pink Mugs is doing some Marvel Rivals, so we'll jump in on her. She's a fantastic streamer.
Nunca prendo la cámara. La cara de culo, nadie me la ve. Oh God. I'm stuck with something here and I'm not liking it. Hi there. Did you had a good stream? Were you playing Marvel right? Oh, he's dead. Nice. Fair warning, I'm dog shit. I don't have enough hours on this yet, so.
Nice.
We're better, we're better.
Oh God.
¿Verdad? Yo lo vi los otros días. Yo, ay, this is cute. Yeah, it's so cute. Y lo compré. We're talking Pokemon versus oh damn. Who won? The Lions?
Nah. I think the Pokemon win.
I mean, there's some pretty ass OP Pokemon. Oh, thank
Yeah.
you. I appreciate it.
Arceus clears, bro.
Arceus?
Yeah, he clears.
We made it through 24 Pokemon. Dude, the thing with Pokemon is, I love Pokemon now, but I feel like I got robbed in my childhood because I didn't grow up with Pokemon like everybody else. And I feel like that would have been so fire in my childhood. Now as an adult, I get to try Pokemon. I'm
Bro,
Mario?
then fuck off.